Dean of the College of Human Sciences. I'm going to be your program director for the morning session. I'm not alone. I'm with Professor Masinya and Professor Mahano. We are accompanied by Bomme, who will be assisting us with the sign language, Mepel Mbolekwa, Me Trifosa Nzwaleng, Me Winnie Ngoveni, and Me Sophie Mabaso. From my side, a hearty welcome. We are already running behind time, and therefore I will do my best to ensure that I'm just here to direct the program and ensure that at least I don't sneak my paper in the process. And I come from the environment where we sort of give. When we gather, each time we gather, we are able to make collections. Now I'm going to request everyone in terms of time that at least for us to catch up, kindly donate some time. When I give you time to speak, kindly donate to me some time so that then we can catch up with time. There are a few announcements. The first one is around registration. If you have not done that, please do so. And then the second one, when nature calls, don't hesitate. As in when you leave this hall, just at the entrance, you can go and be assisted right there. We also have ushers for in case you need anything. If you need medical attention, you surely will be assisted. We are gathering here for this second International Higher Education Conference in Teaching, Learning, and Student Support. We gathering at the time when there are serious changes in the higher education landscape, and we are gathering so that we can network, critically engage and be engaged, and innovate when coming to issues around methodologies, teaching praxis, and ensure that we are responsive, but in the main also try to reflect on the issue of aligned program qualification mix so that our offerings are responsive to the demands and dictates of the industry. And of course, as scholars, the issue around the scholarship of teaching and learning is one of those imperatives that brings us together so that we think and rethink how do we map the way forward. The good thing about this conference is that it's bringing even two ministries, apart from the 15 countries that are here represented, but we also have two ministries, the higher education and the basic education together. And we are looking forward to a very great conversation. Let me, at this point, request the Unisa Cultural Dance Group to just show us what they are made of. Bomme re a le amogela re le fa motsotsonyana wa hore le etse mmereko wa lena. Re a leboga. national anthem. And after the national anthem, we are also going to do the AU song. Dr. Shandu.
Africa, maluphakanyiswe Chabasa, South Africa. On Seimel, Edidib Defan, on Se, Urlo Sechebe, Gebechtes, Antigran Se, Anvorche, sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive in South Africa. Happy Africa Month.
Let's remain standing for the AU song. Mr. A. Valtain to usher Professor Sikwe on stage. She's our vice principal. She's our vice principal, teaching, learning, community engagement, and student support. She's here to welcome us all and also introduce our principal and vice chancellor, Professor Bulding. And once she's done, I'll then give the opportunity to Izimbongi so that they will usher our principal and vice chancellor. So Dr. Kumalo, Dr. Kava, we will request you, once Professor Sikwe is done with the welcome and introduction, please usher our principal. Is Mr. Valtain here? Okay. Prof. Sikwe? Let's give a round of applause coming in.
Thank you, Program Director, for this opportunity and welcoming everyone to this second Higher Education International Teaching, Learning and Student Support Conference. And I want to start by saying good morning to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Bulding, our distinguished delegates, honored guests, and the entire Unisa community joining us today. It is with immense pleasure and profound sense of pride that I, Professor Unisa, the Acting Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning and Community Engagement and Student Support Portfolio, extend a warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you to the second edition of our annual International Teaching and Learning Conference. And looking back, it was around this time last year, from the 6th to the 10th of May, that we successfully hosted our inaugural and successful conference that saw over 100 papers presented. The energy, the insight shared, and the collaborations fought during that conference were truly inspiring, and it fills me with great anticipation to reach discussions and impactful outcome that await us on the next few days from today, actually. This year, as we mark another milestone of our second installment of Unisa International Teaching and Learning Conference, we are particularly honored to be graced by the presence of several distinguished dignitaries who will be playing pivotal roles in our program. This year's conference, with a theme connecting minds and bridging the gaps, we will be hosting 291 local and international guests or participants. About 197 abstracts were accepted for oral presentation and some for poster presentations. We eagerly await the wisdom on perspectives of the Honorable Dr. Nobuhle Pamela Nkabinde, Minister of Higher Education, South Africa, who will deliver our first keynote address. We're equally delighted to have Professor Robert Balfour, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Western Cape, with us to provide a considered response to the Minister's address. Later in our program, we will be privileged of hearing from the Honorable Ms. Siviwe Gwahube, Minister of Basic Education in South Africa, who will deliver our second keynote address. We are most grateful to Professor Chika Sohole, Dean of the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria, for agreeing to offer his expert insight as the respondent. Beyond these insightful addresses, this conference holds a truly momentous occasion. We will be witnessing the significant signing of a letter of intent between the Virtual University of Pakistan, Unisa, and the Valley University of Technology. This is a powerful symbol of our collective commitment to strengthening relationships and fostering collaborations that transcends geographical boundaries, enriching the global landscapes of open and distant learning. This particular partnership carries a special significance woven with threads of our own Unisa tapestry. The VUT is now under the dynamic leadership of our very own Professor Kehla Ndlovu, who served Unisa with distinction as a Vice Principal of Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services before assuming the role of the VC at VUT. It is a testament to a caliber of leadership nurtured within these walls that are now, he now leads another esteemed institution. Furthermore, many of you may recall that our inaugural conference last year was enriched by a compelling keynote address delivered by Professor Mohammed Hossein Javed, the Quality Enhancement Registrar and Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology at the Virtual University of Pakistan. His address, entitled Emergence of Minority in Majority, the role of a virtual University of Pakistan in revolutionizing distance education and e-learning in Pakistan, resonates deeply with our own mission and experiences as Unisa. It is particularly heartening to know that Professor Makhano and her team experienced the warm hospitality of Professor Mohammed Hossein Javed during their visit to his university in Pakistan in October last year, further cement the bonds between our institutions. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and students, we are gathered here today because of a shared passion for advancing knowledge, fostering student success, and extending our transformative power of education to all corners of society. This conference provides a vital platform to us to engage in critical dialogue, shared innovative practices, and collective chart a course forward a more inclusive and impactful future for higher education. And now it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you the visionary leader who guides our university with an unwavering dedication and remarkable foresight, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Bulding Linka. Her profile is on the program. Professor Linka Bula's tenure at the helm of Unisa has been marked by a series of significant and impactful achievements that have further solidified our position as a leading open distance learning institution on the South African continent and globally. Under her leadership, Unisa has championed the cause of open educational resources and digital transformation, ensuring that quality learning material are more accessible than ever before, breaking down barriers to education and for countless individuals. Steadfastly navigated the complexities of higher education landscape, providing stable and strategic direction during times of significant change. Prioritized student success and well-being, spearheading initiatives aimed at enhancing support services and creating a more conducive learning environment for our diverse student body. She strengthened Unisa's research profile and impact, fostering a culture of scholarly inquiry and innovation that addresses critical social challenges, cultivated meaningful partnerships and collaborations, both nationally and internationally, recognizing the power of collective action in achieving our institution's goals. Professor Linka Bula's commitment to Unisa's mission, her unwavering belief in the potential of our students and staff are truly inspiring. Her strategic vision continues to propel Unisa forward, ensuring that we remain a beacon of hope and opportunity to millions. Please join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Linka Bula. And thank you for being here. Let the important work of our conference begin. And we wish our international guests to enjoy a warm cuisine and experience of South Africa and extension of Unisa. You are all welcome to Unisa. You are welcome to South Africa, and to the international world. Thank you.
Nyanda imkhonto ngilekelele ngokukikiza lapho ngibizayo phala sawono insengakwazi esengele isizwe sase-Afrika waye kwanelela nasenhla kwe-Afrika ngimthande thando nayimelika kwaze uMuputin kwelama Russia wathi phinde nami ngiyayigibala lenqola inqola yakho nomfundo inqola yaseningizimu Afrika ikhethwe ngithaba Mbeki kwelamazizi walithatha ibhodi eliconsayo wathi nina base Afrika nifanele ukuyilandela kwaze kwananela nabepolitiki ngoba bebona ibhodi eliconsayo hayini magolandini akunifanele lokhu ngoba libhodi leli ngelakwa nomfundo sikhuluma ngebusadi sikhuluma ngefeminist sikhuluma ngamakhini Catholic areas bekufanele yakithi fanele ukuba ingabathwala baze bathuka bemqokofule emakhelwane kwezemfundo bethi fanele ukuba akakwazi kuyimela ngoba bethi akakwazi usathuka isika hayini bava kandine eyakithi fanelekile ukukhuphuka ngoba ikhuphuka nabanye besifazane jama kaMkhondo ngilekelele
Ngiyabonga Mdungwa siyabonga Ndlovukazi yethu asilutho ngaphandle kwakho Gijimani ngazo zonke izindlela niyobikela abaphesheya kwezilwandle ukuthi usafikile ukulenkabula wafika wazoshintsha izinto eUnisa Gijimani ngazo zonke izindlela niyobatshela ukuthi sesifikile siyiUnisa sizokwenza umehluko eningizimu Afrika yonke Kwangenu principali kwathula umoya wangenu principali kwathula umoya principali kwathula umoya wangenu principali kwathula umoya wangenu principali kwathula umoya wangenu principali Kakhulu. I'm humbled and I don't often cry, so I don't know how to start, but I can start with gratitude. Thank you very much, colleagues. I often like when things are projected on Unisa, not me, because we work as a collective. I need a tissue. Oh, okay. Thank you. I realize as I grow, I become a bit vulnerable. I'd like to thank the colleagues here, but and Professor Sikwe, who have just shared some of the work that we have collectively invested in together as the leadership of Unisa and the progress, therefore, that has been accomplished, including the improvements that were shared. Let me take this opportunity to thank the program directors, Professor Mashau, the Deputy Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor M.D. Mahanu, the Executive Director of Tuition and Facilitation of Learning at the University of South Africa. And colleagues, let me recognize Honorable Dr. Muckleuck Kabani, Minister of Higher Education and a Member of Parliament who's participating virtually. Unfortunately, she'll be at the Parliament and therefore will not be with us. Honorable Ms. Siviwe Gwarube, Minister of Basic Education and Member of Parliament of South Africa. Equally, she has also been called to Parliament, but will be represented by Dr. J.B. Mthembu, the Deputy Director General of Basic Education. Your Honor, you're welcome, sir, around, amongst us. And all other colleagues accompanying the DDG, you're welcome. Honorable Tsekhofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, Chief Executive Officer of an assistive technology startup, Featherlinks, and Member of Parliament, members of the University Executive Management. I recognize many of you here in the meeting, Professor Sikwe, Professor Mahanu, Professor Sipota, and all other members, including all our executive deans. If you don't know our executive deans, can I request you to stand up, at least so that those who may not know you can see you standing up. They waved, they did not want to stand up. I don't know why. Thank you, thank you. I think it's a well-known fact that any academic program is cradled by the deans, their deputies, the chairs of departments, and everyone who supports the teaching agenda. I have not seen Ms. Nakene, our CIO. I hope she's also present, and all other colleagues. I'm aware that Mr. Mdebele is not well and therefore could not be with us. And colleagues, can I please request a round of applause for our keynote guest, Professor Balfour. He has just been appointed as the Vice Chancellor of University of Western Cape. Professor Balfour, you're welcome at Unisa, the home of leaders, and we hope to work with you to ensure that our higher education system is aiding and enabling the country in its aspirations as well as the continent. So welcome to Unisa. We truly appreciate your presence. Let me also recognize the presence of Dr. W.G. Green, Chief Executive Officer of the Council on Higher Education, Professor Tozo Bisanda, the Vice Chancellor of Open University of Tanzania. Welcome, Prof. I did not see you earlier, but I'm happy to see you. Professor Dr. Brita Zawada, former Director for Institutional Audits at the Council on Higher Education. Dr. Choice Macheta, Executive Director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal at Central University of Technology, Free State. Dr. Mohamed Mokhin Javed, the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology and the Director, Office of Research, Innovation and Commercialization of Virtual University, Pakistan. He delivered our keynote last year, and we're quite appreciative that you still saw it important to come and join us as we reflect about the future of teaching and learning. Let's also recognize the former Dean of the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria, Professor Chika Sihole, Ms. Anne Marie Fanon, Director of Workland Institute at University of Waterloo in Canada, Dr. T.J. Makanike, Senior Lecturer, Department of Indigenous Knowledge Systems and Heritage Studies under the Faculty of Humanities, University of Venda, Ms. Dr. Kathy Ekero Mbide, Acting Manager, Innovation Hub, Makerere University, Uganda. We've just signed an agreement. We've just signed an agreement with Makerere University last year. Our president of the SRC has already been there to visit and to participate in the convocation, and we're happy to have Makerere University here. Welcome, ma'am. I think she deserves a round of applause, colleagues. Thank you. Then, colleagues, Advocate Samuel Munyami, an admitted advocate of the High Court of South Africa, Professor Guillaume Taung, biomedical scientist, full professor and founder, CEO of Global Health Biotech, members of the university community, academicians, professional staff, administrative staff. Colleagues, I thought you'd clap for yourselves at least. At least you're the forklift. You're the people who make this university a university. So I'd like to give you a round of applause. Our esteemed guests and program participants present here, invited guests, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, and of course our Chancellor, who's always interested in what we do as a society around the role of education. Dumelang, Sanbonan, Lord Chan, Absheni, Salam Alaikum, Khotsong, good morning, Khwemore, thank you very much. Jambo, our colleagues from Makerere and from Kenya, thank you very much. I'm pleased to welcome you to the second International Higher Education, Teaching, Learning and Student Support Conference. I extend warm greetings on behalf of the University of South Africa, the continent's largest comprehensive open distance e-learning institution, where we are daily engaged in connecting minds, bridging gaps metaphorically and structurally. This conference could not have been more pivotal in our collective journey to reimagining a contextually relevant higher education landscape in the context of changing geopolitical dynamics that remind us to ask us questions. What is the value of education, and is university education in this changing context enabling public decision systems, private decision systems, but sectoral decision systems that are humanizing, that recognize the value of life, or that ensure that the sciences and the teaching systems that we produce are quite contributing to the plight of humanity, the meaning-making that individuals make in their daily lives. Is education relevant? Is it relevant in the context of war, crime, violence, and denigration or humiliation of others? Is education relevant in the context where our consumption patterns are not attentive to the climatic changes and ecological degradation that we contend with? Are we teaching students who are committed to being anchors and agents of change in our societies where poverty, inequality, insensitivity to the dynamic of being human are so strong, where indifference to the plight of others is sometimes supported with high financial systems and minds? What is the value of an institution such as Unisa in this context? Do we just proceed as we have been doing, or do we rethink and reclaim the place of universities in being in the publics, in how we rally and transform society? It is my commitment and my understanding that the roles of universities at all material times must to be the conscience of society, to use science not only for innovation, but to advance change that creates meaning, that helps society to improve, that addresses questions of our times, and that constantly rereads the signs of times in order to be partners with society in the solutions of the questions that society raises. Unlike fundamentalist Christianity or fundamentalist Islam, We must not say Jesus is the answer when people have not raised their questions. Neither should we say Allah is the answer if we have not engaged with the socio-political, economic context that people try to make meaning on. This conference, therefore, could not have been more pivotal in our collective journey to reimagining a contextually relevant higher education landscape. Our students are navigating a complex terrain across the continent and many countries in the global south as it is in the margins of the global north. This terrain is shaped by digital inequality, interrupted schooling, socioeconomic instability, language barriers, cultural displacement, and at times, infrastructural fragility. For many students in higher education sector, pursuing university qualification is not just about academic achievement. It is about transcending generational poverty. It is about confronting historical injustices. It is also about asserting the rights to belong in an increasingly competitive, marginalizing, and digitally driven world. We must never forget that behind every student statistic, there is a human story. A young student in a rural province who walks kilometers to find a network signal to attend to online classes is an example of some of the students that this university and many in the continent contend with. A student balancing studies with informal work to afford the family is the plight of many students in our country and in a continent where formal work is very minute when compared to informal or non-formal work. Students who are first in their families to set foot in a university, navigating systems that are often alienating and unfamiliar. And so the theme of this year's conference, Connecting Minds and Bridging Gaps, is not simply aspirational, it's not utopia. It's an invitation that is urgent. It compels us to build bridges where walls exist, between those with access and those without, between traditional knowledge systems and civilizations, as well as emerging convergence technologies and African knowledge systems that have often been put in the margins. Here at Unisa, we are proud to center African knowledge systems, civilizations, philosophies, and sciences because they are who we are. They are entwined to our ontologies, and therefore our epistemologies will not make sense if they are alienated to who we are and what we aspire to be. Between the global and local, between institutional and communities, between basic education and higher education, and perhaps most importantly, between education and human dignity. The theme reminds us that higher education cannot be isolated privilege for a few students. It must be a platform of transformation. To connect minds is to break silos, to open spaces for dialogue, co-creation, mutual learning across geographies, disciplines, and lived realities. To bridge gaps is to develop responsive systems, inclusive curricula, and supportive environments that allow each student to flourish regardless of their background or circumstances. At Unisa, we understand that these imperatives intimately, and as a mega open distance e-learning institution, serving hundreds of thousands of students, many of whom face challenges we have just described, we have made it our mission to redefine access, reimagine student support, and embrace innovation, not as luxury, but as a lifeline. As we stand at the intersection of rapid technological change, shifting student demographics, the need for inclusive and relevant education, it is evident that traditional models of teaching and learning are no longer adequate. We are being called to reimagine our pedagogies from what we teach to how we engage, and most crucially, how we support our students. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the transition to remote and hybrid learning on the continent and globally. But this shift revealed more than just the need for technological infrastructure. It exposed deeply entrenched gaps in pedagogical preparedness, student readiness, and institutional support systems. Today, teaching, social, and cognitive presence are not optional elements in teaching. They've become quite central and therefore require more investments if teaching and learning and scholarship of teaching and learning and their research are to be enhanced. They are cultivated through intentional design, empathetic engagement, and deep understanding of diverse contexts in which our students live and learn. At Unisa, our experience has taught us that many of our students learn in isolation, often without physical peers or academic communities to lean on. This makes the roles of lecturers, tutors, and student support teams very critical, if not fundamental. Our academic staff are not just knowledge transmitters, they are also connectors, motivators, and mentors. For them to be able to carry out the preceding roles with efficiency, we have had to shift our thinking to an ecosystem interaction supported by digital tools, human connection, and agile support systems. We have moved towards a more inclusive and innovative modalities, understanding that multimodality is currency and not just one modality. Furthermore, the development of first-year support programs and orientation pathways have become strategic priorities to ensure that the first years don't fall through the cracks. And why is it important? This is because the first year of a university is in an academic transition and in a psychological and cultural shift. If we fail to support students during this critical period, we risk losing them from our institutions and the broader knowledge community. To ensure meaningful student engagement, we leverage learning analytics to identify early warning signs of disengagement of the academic risk, and we enable timely interventions. These colleagues is part of how we engender artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deploy digital systems to augment human cognitive abilities and interaction that enable our students to succeed. Ultimately, to transform teaching and learning is to acknowledge that student support is not a separate service, but an integral component of pedagogy. It is how we humanize higher education. It is how we connect minds. It is how we bridge the gaps. Colleagues, Professor Marshall said we should save time. So because my speech will be posted online, I want to reaffirm that for us as a university, as we find ourselves at the front of artificial intelligence and digitization advancements, we acknowledge that AI reshapes our understanding of assessments, of feedback, of curriculum design. Tools like adaptive learning platforms, AI-driven tutoring systems are creating pathways for personalized learning. But with these tools come with important ethical considerations. Who is designing these systems? Whose epistemologies do they encode? Which knowledge systems do they project? which academics and scholarship do they prioritize as important knowledges? And therefore, for us as Unisa, these are critical questions that are important when we engender or include some of these tools. The ethical questions, the marginality issues, the discrimination issues become integral in our assessments, but also our decisions. How do we ensure that AI enhances rather than replace the vital human dimension of teaching and human encounter or human growth? I suggest that we must approach AI not as a magic solution, but as a partner in our pedagogic vision, one that principles of equity, ethics, and transparency must guide. Moreover, we must explore how big data and learning analytics can inform student support strategies, identify at-risk students earlier, and tailor interventions for patterns that are important for our university. These must not just be abstract simulations, but they must be praxeological and must help us to get the aims and the goals that we would like to achieve, especially through instructional design thinking. We should be creating virtual learning spaces that are not only interactive, but are deeply inclusive. I was quite appreciative, Professor Miabo Mahanu, that we did not only start with the intellectualization through the cognitive agenda, but we started with song, we started with poetry, we started with philosophies of our culture, where we recognize who we are. And in this way, thank you. In this way, you have invited us not just to live in our heads, but to connect our hearts and our aspiration for the future. And I think this is testament to the fact that at Unisa, it is not just our cognitive that make us. We are not in the domain of René Descartes, who says, I think, therefore I am. We think, we embody, we embrace, we dialogue, but we also look at how education can be transformational in the spirit and the philosophy of Ubuntu that recognizes our humanity as it does our knowledges and our futures. And I think this design of the conference, where this conversation between the affective and the cognitive, between the digital, the physical, remote, and multimodality becomes even a more important asset for this conference. Finally, colleagues, in African higher education system, curriculum transformation is not luxury, but a moral and intellectual imperative. It is an ethical duty that we must not undermine. For far too long, our academic programs have been dominated by Euro-American paradigms. In the main, also from knowledge systems from the East. Sometimes we reread the knowledges that are from Africa, but which have been translated by scholars elsewhere. And I think in this conference, we must reclaim our intellectual insights, civilizations, sciences, philosophies, and we must globalize them so that they stand as equal partners to all other knowledge systems, not just as nice to have. And therefore, we must ask the question, whose knowledge do we value? Whose voices are heard? Whose realities are reflected in our syllabi, but also in our sciences? I think we must also contend with the fact that at Unisa, curriculum transformation is about content, pedagogy, power, purpose. It's about engaged scholarship. It's about learning not to confine the university, but to ensure that it is rooted in society. It is to learn from the lived experiences of society and to co-create solutions with society so that they are substantial, sustainable, and transformational. It is also when we are rethinking learning structures from conceptualizing notional hours in online environments, but also how those engage in the quality of the teaching or the learning. It's also in how we deploy our languages, because languages are quite important. They embody our knowledge systems, our translational and interpretative modes, but also our inventive spirits. And therefore, I'm wondering why at Unisa, we're just talking about multilingualism as translanguaging, Professor Mahanu. I'm wondering, when are we going to graduate from translanguaging to actual deployment of African languages as languages of science, innovation, and transformation? I'm wondering how collectively we can invest in more specialists in our languages, especially to address those aspects that in the world are seen to being impediments, barriers, and barricades for African students, especially in math, science, as well as creative arena. In 2023 or 2024, Unisa awarded Me Esther Mahlangu, Dr. Mahlangu, an award in mathematics, not in art, because we recognize that her art was projecting mathematical and computational aspects. We deployed mathematicians to interpret her work. We used AI to also mimic her art, and yet her art was more beautiful than the AI projection. You could do more. I think when we honored Dr. Mahlangu, it was that deep analysis of whether we have valued ourselves as Africans, our idea of mathematics or how we teach mathematics. Because in that, there were multiple theories, not just patterns, not triangles, not just aspects of basic maths. Professor Mahanu Solomon, not the other one, taught me something that in that art of Dr. Esther Mahlangu, you find the different types of mathematics, not just basic mathematics, tomology, topology, and others. And I think we need not to be ashamed of our mathematics, because as we speak now, that BMW, the only BMW that she drew her art and became a global significant contribution of South Africa's art in the global arena, is now being reinterpreted in the virtual world. If you were to look today, they have taken her art and moved it into the realm of digital, interactive AI system in the new BMW innovation system. I think we need to give her a round of applause. This, therefore, Professor Balfour, asks the questions: are we valuing the mathematics, indigenous, endogenous knowledges from Africa? Why is mathematics the most failed subjects in basic education, in higher education, when even our parents who have not been to classroom use mathematical concepts to project art, infrastructure, and their meaning-making for society? And therefore, I think as we engage on teaching and learning, Professor Miahabo and Professor Sikwe, we must look into how do we draw on these elements of our society that are quite central and that could improve our innovation systems as a society and as a continent. For me, I suggest that inclusion is not optional, is imperative. For the management committee of this university and the extended leadership, policy must intentionally support students who are differently abled, women and men who are pursuing STEM careers, boys and girls who want to pursue mathematics but who are sometimes derailed because of the multiplicities of barricades, including fear. For us as MENCOM, the actual test of our policy imperatives, it is whether our policies advance justice, dignity, belonging, transformation, and contribution to public sector and private sector interventions. Finally, to reimagine the future of higher education, we must begin long before the students reach our university gates. The persistent challenges in the first-year modules, low enrollments, high failure rates, and academic disengagement often have roots in basic education. This is especially visible in STEM and commerce, where many students arrive underprepared, digitally disadvantaged, and academically anxious. But the DDG told me this morning that, Professor Lenkabula, you cannot complain that the students come underprepared. You must ask Professor Muckleuck, the Dean of the College of Education, who prepares the teachers that teach in basic education. He says to me, this is a conversation that basic education and higher education must have. And my submission, therefore, DDG, is that for us as a country, we cannot be competitive, we cannot address the poverty, we cannot change or we cannot have solutions if we don't make mathematics, pure mathematics, compulsory for basic education for every child that's enrolled. Why is this important? This is important because maths is quite integral even in the humanities, even in the social sciences. When we do our research, when we analyze, when we compare, contrast any knowledge area, some computational aspects arise. And it is in that basic mathematics that many scientists are able to provide the relevant solutions for our society. And therefore, we make an appeal to the minister and yourself, as well as our own minister, that we should handle this albatross, this elephant that is derailing our society as a collective. And Unisa is ready. How are we ready? As the university, we are responding to this gap with innovation and urgency through a transformational initiative that has been approved by Senate and Council. We are creating a Maths and Science Center which will have varied iterations, including Future Minds Bootcamp. We are going to ensure that we create in-service training for teachers who are teaching mathematics so that we improve the plight of mathematics, physics, agriculture, accounting, and technological skills. This is urgent, and Professor Sikwe and Professor Mahano have been reminded that this cannot wait until the end of June, but it must be active before the end of May. And therefore, we are quite appreciative. Let me conclude by saying, colleagues, let us reflect on what is the moment in this gathering. Let us truly take this International Higher Learning Conference as an important imperative as an invitation for us to collectively changing our society for the better. But for institutions of higher learning, it's about how do we create more inclusive curriculum? How do we deploy technologies and artificial or machine learning systems that are advancing knowledge systems? How do we create policies that elevate social justice beyond compliance, but innovation and make universities relevant? How do we have foundational interventions, such as the Maths and Science Center with Future Minds Bootcamp, to ensure that no learner is left behind? The University of South Africa reaffirms its unwavering dedication to this mission. As Africa's largest open distance e-learning institution, we do not take lightly our responsibility to lead, to serve, and to innovate in ways that uplift not just our individual students, but their entire communities and our generations. This is why we are prepared and work in cooperation with the African Association of Distance Education, as well as IDC and many other university partnerships that advance knowledge. And I want to conclude, therefore, by reminding you key statistics of accomplishments by teaching and learning. And I want to thank you, Professor Mahanu and Professor Sekwe, for this improvement. In this second year, we are noticing great improvements. Last year, colleagues, in 2024, the inaugural conference attracted 121 papers, 29 were virtually presented, and 8 posters. In this year, colleagues, we have 197 presentations. We will be having 47 virtual presentations, and we will have 138 in-person participation, as well as 12 posters. This shows that teaching quality is an important area of interest. Last year, colleagues, we had 8 countries participating in teaching and learning. And this year, colleagues, we have 16, meaning we've doubled. Last year, we had representatives from Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan, Ireland, India, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan. This year, colleagues, we have Botswana, Eswatini, Malaysia, Namibia, Pakistan, Singapore, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Canada, United Kingdom, USA, and Ethiopia. Thank you, colleagues, for being at this university. I apologize if I took long. The protocol took a little bit longer. Thank you.
We can do better in terms of giving a round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor Sekwe, for your warm words of welcome and also extending the introduction of our Principal and Vice Chancellor. And indeed, we are really appreciative, Professor Lenkabula, for extending warm words of welcome to all our guests. We hear you reminding us that we need to reclaim the place and role of universities in our ever-changing environments in higher education space. And we hear you calling for innovation as we interface with AI. But those who are from Unisa will know that you are the mother of the 10 catalytic niche areas which we need to integrate so that we become not only agile but responsive to the dictates and demands of the industry. We hear you calling us to really make efforts to provide solutions to complex issues that our generation is facing. Reminding me of what Stephen Bantu-Biko once said, to say, God is not in the business of when each time human beings have problems, come down to solve those problems. He has entrusted the responsibility to human beings. We must solve our problems. And lastly, we hear you calling for a curriculum transformation beyond just in particular on the issue of language transformation, beyond just translation, beyond lexicons, beyond glossaries. We need to indeed recenter our languages and use them as languages of science moving forward. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of appreciation. At this point in time, I want to invite on stage Dr. Bani Mthembu, who will be giving us the keynote address. He is the Deputy Director General for Curriculum Policy, Support and Monitoring within the Department of Basic Education. Dr. Mthembu has vast experience on curriculum development, curriculum delivery, including issues around agile assessments. Under his leadership, the Department of Basic Education is playing a critical and enabling role in enhancing teaching and learning, and indeed issues around services as far as curriculum development, curriculum transformation are at the core of the activities that he is responsible for. With those words, I now invite Dr. Mthembu for the address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me greet the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkabane, the Vice Chancellor. Greetings to you, Prof, the senior leadership of the University of South Africa, the distinguished academics and researchers, delegates from South Africa and around the world, colleagues, partners in education, and also extend our greetings to the team that gave us a musical item. We saw the traditional footwork of Africa being demonstrated so well. And the moves were somehow mathematical. And we also wish to thank Izimbongi for reminding us that we are in Africa, we do things the African way. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say, Program Director and ladies and gentlemen, that higher education and basic education we are different from all the sectors. Other people make bicycles, other people make shoes, other people make houses, other people make roads. Everyone, most of the people make things which you can see. We make the people, we make the future. We are different. But we are also common in the sense that both higher education and basic education are working towards a common goal, that of developing the nation. It is very important then to say, in 2009, when a political decision was taken to separate the two sectors, we did not go further and move further to look at how we are going to operate as separate sectors. Now, the reality is catching up with us. The reality is catching up with us. Collaboration is no longer a choice, but it is a must have. The minister, therefore, colleagues, send her apologies to all the participants of this conference for not honoring the invitation today. She was unfortunately called away by the executive commitments of her office. The honor to deliver the address on behalf of the minister, Minister Siviwe Khwarube, falls upon me, and I am indeed grateful to be at this important international conference convened under the timely theme, Connecting the Minds and Bridging the Gaps. We meet today at a moment of extraordinary transition and opportunity for education in the global south and across our continent, Africa. The evolution of open, distance, and e-learning, what we call ODEL, particularly within the higher education, challenges us to reimagine how we teach, how we learn, and most importantly, how we support every learner in achieving their full potential. This conference, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, represents a vital space for collective thinking on how to advance inclusive, quality, and future-ready education systems in our country and across the continent. On behalf of the Minister of Basic Education, Minister Khwarube, I extend our deepest appreciation to Unisa for convening this platform and for your continued leadership in shaping the evolving landscape of the ODEL in the continent. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, the state of basic education is such that we are making progress in terms of access, but we are not making the necessary and expected progress in terms of quality. The Vice Chancellor has outlined that properly using mathematics as an example. South Africa has made undeniable progress in expanding access to basic education. Today, we can confidently say that over 98% of children of school-going age are enrolled in our institutions, and that indicates that we are winning the battle for access to education. They are enrolled from grade 1 to grade 9. This achievement is not a small one, and it must be an achievement that we view not in isolation. Therefore, this achievement needs to be shared by both higher education and basic education. Access, as we all know, is merely the starting point of the provision of education. Our real measure of success must be the quality of education we produce and the learning outcomes that we deliver. Here, we are faced with challenging situations. Whilst we appreciate access to education, but that is only the beginning. The next level is quality of education. And we debated that kind of access and quality long enough in the morning, trying to look at where the leakages are in terms of quality. And what is interesting is that we all agreed that whatever is happening, it points to one direction. There must be collaboration between higher education and basic education. The most recent systemic evaluation conducted in 2023 reveals that less than 30% of grade 4 learners achieve the minimum reading comprehension levels in any language. International assessments such as the TIMSS, SACMEC also confirm the continued underperformance of South African learners in mathematics, science, and literacy. Whilst, therefore, we are progressing so well in terms of access, not only local studies, but also international studies are proving that we still have a long way to go in as far as the quality of education is concerned. This is not just an educational challenge, it is a social and an economic one, and it calls for urgent and sustained collaboration between sectors, institutions, and levels of governance. We seem not to have grasped the concept of collaboration very well in South Africa. Why are our children struggling with mathematics when we have the Department of Mathematics, Science and Technology? It means that collaboration between the departments of education and that one of science and technology is more than necessary. Why are we not producing agricultural scientists who are best in the world when we have a department that looks at agriculture and farming and related activities? So collaboration becomes very important. Then, program director, ladies and gentlemen, we as Department of Basic Education, we look at early learning as a game changer. Research from UNESCO, the World Bank, and the African Union all converge on one point, that early learning is the foundation of future success. It is in these early years that the cognitive, social, and emotional architecture of a child is formed, setting the trajectory of lifelong learning. In response, the Department of Basic Education is reorienting its strategy with a laser focus on foundational literacy and numeracy, as well as professional development of early childhood development practitioners and foundation phase educators. We believe this will shift the trajectory of learner performance across the system. We do understand that programs like the annual national assessments, which was called ANA, were one of the best ways of tracking learner performance towards quality. However, it was viewed as over-assessment and overkill because it was done annually. You know that in assessment we say you cannot grow your pig by weighing it every day. You grow your pig by feeding it every day. Assessment is weighing. Teaching and learning is fitting. Therefore, whilst it was very good, but it actually worked against that principle, that if you want your pig to compete in the stock market, you must do more fitting than weighing. So we therefore say that in any case, early learning is one of the ways of ensuring quality education and also better attainment of learning outcomes. But this early learning cannot be achieved by basic education alone. The support and innovation from higher education sector, especially teacher education faculties and distance learning institutions like Unisa, are absolutely vital to this agenda. Now, what is the role of higher education in redefining teaching and learning? Vice Chancellor has mentioned that higher education argue that the products, the matric students they get from us as basic education, they don't match the standard at university. We agree, but we also say the teacher produced by higher education does not match the standard to produce the child who is going to match the standard up there. So it's a chicken and an egg debate. But to me, it says we need to work together. The left hand must know what the right hand is doing, and the right hand must know what the left hand is doing. So collaboration is long overdue. Now, the theme of this conference, connecting the minds and bridging the gap, could not be more relevant. We must connect the minds across the institutions, across the disciplines and borders, and we must bridge the persistent gaps between rural and urban, between those with digital access and those without digital access, between the foundational phases and the higher learning institutions. Program director, if you look at mathematics, since 1994, we have spent lots and lots of money trying to ensure that our children understand and pass mathematics. Somebody comes with mathematics made easy, mathematics this, hey mathematics, hey this. But what is happening right now is that even that mathematics, the number of learners in grade 12 are decreasing in favor of mathematical literacy. Now, we urge higher education institutions to help us to drive innovation in the following areas. Teacher preparation for foundation phase. We do believe that if teachers in foundation phase are well prepared, then we'll have a very strong foundation in our education. We need skilled educators who understand the developmental needs of young learners, who are fluent in both pedagogy and psychology of early learning, and who can teach literacy and numeracy with confidence in all South Africa's official languages. That, we think, can be a contribution of higher education into basic education. We also believe that curriculum innovation and technology integration, being the most important and current strategies of dealing with education, can be achieved through a collaboration with higher education. In the age of artificial intelligence and remote learning, teacher training curricula must evolve. We must integrate evidence-based methods for teaching mathematics, science, and literacy and adapt tools that foster critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. And that can only be achieved when Department of Basic Education and the Department of Higher Education work together. We are also strengthening our curriculum, directing it towards, or refocusing it towards the STEM education. And therefore, we want to say that South Africa cannot afford the low participation in mathematics and physical science to persist. We call on universities to help us train and support the next generation of STEM educators who will prepare learners for industries of the future. When we look at the chicken and the egg debate, you're not producing good learners and you are not producing good teachers. We're forgetting about the third layer, the private sector, the economic sector. They are also saying we are not producing the skills that they need. Scaling ECD foundation phase programs through distance and hybrid modules. We are facing a very, very difficult situation because ECD, or early childhood development, has moved from social development to basic education. With this increasing demand for qualified ECD practitioners, hybrid and distance learning platforms are essential to expand the reach while maintaining quality of ECD education. We believe institutions like Unisa are uniquely positioned to lead in this space of massive ECD education access. We also wish that universities go with us in trying to align Funza Lushaka Bazari priorities to serve the current needs. The department is refocusing the Funza Lushaka Basari scheme to prioritize on foundation phase qualifications, including grade R. We do this because with grade R now being compulsory, we will need more educators in this space. We urge institutions of higher learning to align their environment and support this strategy accordingly. Bridging the higher education and basic education divide is long overdue. As we build stronger order ecosystems, we must also strengthen the bridges between basic education and higher education. Universities must become more attuned to the realities of our schooling system, and schools must better prepare learners for post-school education and training, as well as the work environment. Let us forge new models of collaboration, shared teacher development initiatives, joint research in early learning, co-created digital resources, and multi-institutional performance for academic support. Let us also ensure that student support in the order is holistic, inclusive, and grounded in the lives of our systems and our educational environment. Africa's young people are our competitive edge. People in the business environment, they speak about competitive advantage. What they say is, if you don't have a competitive advantage, don't compete. Now, we're looking at an Africa that will have one day a competitive advantage out of the youth. We are standing at the cusp of democratic opportunity. With more than 60% of African population under the age of 25, we have a potential to become the largest and the most dynamic workforce globally by 2060. The very same ECD focus will lead us to that. But the promise to become a dynamic workforce is only as strong as the education system we build today. If young people are to drive economic growth, social innovation, and technological advancement, they must be equipped with the right skills and knowledge across learning spectrum from early childhood to university and beyond. Education is not just a tool for social mobility. It is an engine for national development and continental resurgence. As I conclude, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, I want to say that if it was ever a time to connect the minds and bridge the gaps, it is now. It is for us to take advantage of now. It is for us to take advantage of now and use the power of now. The Department of Basic Education stands ready to work with institutions of higher education and learning to redesign the future of education. We invite you, higher education institutions, to work with us as we reshape the foundation phase, embrace digital transformation, and close the learning gaps that have held our children and our nations back. Together, we can build an education system that is equitable, innovative, and truly transformative. On behalf of the Minister of Basic Education, Minister Khwarube, I wish to thank you once again, Unisa, for the bold initiative you have taken to have this conference and your continued partnership in the service of the African children. Let us connect, let us bridge, and let us transform. I thank you.
I would want to invite the Vice Chancellor, Principal of Unisa, and Professor Sikwe to come. For a photo. Professor Mahanu, yes. Let's give Dr. Mthembu a big round of applause as we appreciate his contribution. We have heard you calling for the educational ecosystem that seeks to foster collaboration between the two ministries so that the gap is bridged in the process. And we have heard you calling for inclusive and futuristic education that responds to the demands of industries of the future. And we have also heard you emphasizing the issue of access in the process, but quality education. And therefore, the imperative is upon us to really do our best to be agile as far as curriculum transformation is concerned. But lastly, we have heard you calling for holistic and inclusive student support. And that is why we are here, to ensure that at least our students are supported to succeed. Having said that, thank you very much. I'm going to now invite Professor Madikizela Masinya to continue directing this ship forward. Prof. Masinya, let's give a round of applause. And by the way, we are doing well in terms of time. We are really doing well.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I stand on the protocol that was presented so nicely, though it was extended, it was important by the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Winnie. So in the interest of time, and we want to apologize in advance to the next three speakers, we are going to ask them to come to the fore, and then we are going to ask them to give a brief presentations. But before they come through, let me start by the first one who was going to give a response to the address by Dr. Mthembu, Professor Robert Balfour, Vice Chancellor, the University of Western Cape. He became the 8th Rector and Vice Chancellor of the University of the Western Cape on the 1st January 2025, with nearly 2 decades of experience in academic and administrative leadership. He brings a wealth of expertise to this role. Prior to his appointment at UWC, Prof. Balfour served as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning at Northwest University. His extensive leadership experience includes serving as Registrar at St. Augustine College of South Africa and the Dean of the Faculty of Education Sciences at the University of Northwest. An accomplished academic, Prof. Balfour holds a Bachelor of Arts in English and a higher diploma in education from Rhodes University. He completed his master's degree in applied linguistics in education from Cambridge, where he was a Cambridge Commonwealth, he completed his master's in English and education with distinction at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And in 2000, he earned a doctoral degree in applied linguistics in education from Cambridge, where he was a Cambridge Commonwealth Trust Scholar in Corpus Christi College and was subsequently the Foundation Fellow at Clare Hall. Prof. Balfour's scholarly expertise spans applied linguistics, post-colonial literary criticism, and education. He has published extensively on topics such as post-colonial identities, multilingualism, and inclusive education in South Africa and beyond. His contributions have earned him recognition as a National Research Foundation rated academic since 2010. In addition to his academic achievements, Prof. Balfour is a sought-after keynote speaker on language and education in South Africa. He previously served as a member of the Higher Education Quality Committee of the Council on Higher Education and as a chairperson of the HEQC's National Standards and Reviews Committee. His academic career is complemented by his creative pursuits as a painter, as a poet, and short fiction author in national and international literary journals. Prof. Balfour, about a few minutes. We were advised to donate time.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, everybody. It's really a wonderful honor to be among colleagues at Unisa this morning. And I wanted to extend my thanks to Professor Lenkabula, our Vice-Chancellor, the organizing team at Unisa for the very warm welcome, and to the program directors this morning, Prof. Hanu Masenia and Mashian. Thank you so much for the invitation to be together today on this very important theme of connecting minds and bridging gaps. It's evident if we look at the program and we listen to our honorable colleague from the DBE, Dr. Mthembu, who also addressed us this morning, that bridging the gaps between higher education and basic education are a preeminent concern. And the gaps are many in our environment. They concern not only access and routes between higher education and basic education, but also access routes to our technical vocation environment in the sector. The gaps include AI, they include multilingualism, they include funding. And in our environment, transformation remains an imperative to ensuring that we are able to drive an agenda that is coherent, that is long-term, that is sustainable in addressing these many gaps that we have. I'm conscious also of guests among the audience from our DHET, from the DBE, our Council for Higher Education, as also guests of Unisa. It's an honor to be among you all. And of course, our honorable ministers, the Minister Nkabani of the DHET and Honorable Minister Gwarube of the DBE in their absence, are also recognized this morning. Globally, I think curriculum transformation is not only driven by pedagogical imperatives for change, but also by demands for epistemic justice and the inclusion of indigenous knowledge, be it in the global south or particularly on our African continent. In the South African context, that ongoing movement to decolonize the curriculum, which has been referred to, for example, with reference to the multilingual project, the translanguaging initiatives that have taken root in our sector and so on, testify to a concern with undoing the colonial legacies of under-education, underdevelopment for particular ends. And that project is a long-term project. It energizes us, it seizes us, to use that term, as a way of validating plural epistemologies as a way of changing power relations and a commitment to change that must ensue over decades. It is not a short-term initiative. It is not a single initiative. It is a multifaceted series of initiatives and touches us at so many levels, not only in the sector, but I would also argue in the global south of our world. At several South African universities, including UWC and previously during my time at Northwest, continuing transformation efforts have at times been contested by students and also by staff. Too often we reduce curriculum reform to questions of content. Yet meaningful transformation demands that we consider not only who is teaching, but how they are teaching. When we talk about humanizing pedagogies, are the pedagogies of the how we are teaching enabling of self-direction? Are they enabling of collaborative and cooperative learning among students? Or is our drive to change content a drive which obscures the important transformational potential of pedagogy in our lives as educators? Who the curriculum serves is, of course, a powerful question that compels us to review and change what we think of as content area in itself, and what counts as knowledge must inevitably change with it. So inasmuch as we are concerned in this wonderful event over the next few days with how to bridge the gaps, how to bring minds closer, we have got to think together also about whose knowledge begins to count more and what knowledge is as we begin to effect those shifts. Inevitably, it means not only a focus on content, but a transformational focus on pedagogy and, what is often neglected in our sector, a review of our PQM, what we call the program qualification mix. As we know, in every university, the module is king. The qualification is queen. And to change either of those over time requires considerable effort. It requires new development in areas of knowledge. It requires rethinking what universities actually offer. And in our regulatory framework in South Africa, those change processes, both at the level of the internal to university processes and at the level of national regulatory frames, are slow changing processes. And the fact that they do take so long to effect also is a source, I think, not only of frustration and consternation in our efforts to become relevant to our environment, in our efforts to renew and revitalize our curricula, but also point to the critical efficacy of leadership in these areas of work. Leadership in curriculum change is what makes universities set themselves apart. Leadership in effective change around the resource planning environments that support curricula is what sets universities apart from other sectors. And our colleague from the DBE was right to ask us as sector, what is it that we bring, for example, to a changed environment concerning teacher education, and how can that help transform the entire education sector, not only basic education? So these experiences of looking together at the importance of transformational change over decades of decolonial undoing, the undoing of colonial legacies, is not only a matter of adding African content to a curriculum. It is fundamentally also about changing how we teach to reflect an African philosophy of what it means to be human. And what it means to be human in our environment is, I believe, foundation to change efforts. From the perspective of Ubuntu, we understand that working together collaboratively, cooperatively, recognizing the humanity in each other's learning efforts does imply a change in authority relations between teaching and taught, between curriculum design and experience of the curriculum. So we have yet to see meaningfully student voice as a factor in curriculum change in our country. We talk about it often. We talk about the importance of bringing students' experiences and languages into our classrooms, but our efforts all over the sector are nascent. We feel as if we are always beginning with these efforts. We feel that we've never quite arrived on this journey. And that should not, by the way, demotivate us. We should not be demotivated by the feeling that we have not arrived or succeeded completely in these imperatives concerning transformational change in the curriculum. We should understand we are part of a journey that is decadal, many decades in its length, that it will need lots of time and effort that will be employed in that reconceptualization. I want also to touch on the importance, it was mentioned also by the Vice-Chancellor in her remarks about translanguaging, multilingualism and so on. Why is that so critical in our environment? Why is it still so inspirational for us as a society? And the answers to this, I think, are manifold and complex. Indeed, we cannot expect that meaningful learning in our basic education space can be experienced as epistemic access until learners can really use the languages of the home as resources for learning. And teachers are really enabled to transform the languages that students bring, that learners bring to the classrooms, are really able to use these as resources. And that's not a straightforward matter. For many years in language acquisition, we referred to this as code switching. And those of us who come from an education background will know what I'm talking about. But translanguaging is a fundamental recognition that code switching is a form of pedagogy that should, in the first instance, be demonstrated effectively by our educators. Should, in the first instance, be emulated by learners owing to the example of our educators. But we must remain cautious, recognizing that multilingualism does not necessarily imply equal access to language resources or equal access to education, given the variety of our school types in the sector, given the variety of our urban and rural settings. There's a great deal of contextualizations that is absolutely critical to understanding how to use multilingualism as an effective resource in the classroom. So I absolutely take the point that the VC made, that we should be moving towards the goal of utilizing African languages as languages of teaching, learning, and research. Indeed, that remains our overall aspiration. But we also see that the foundations for building that kind of pedagogy and that kind of change in the curriculum lie at so many levels, basic education as well as higher education. And Honourable DDG, to come back to your question, where should this begin? My sense is that this should begin in higher education, because it is higher education that must produce the teachers for our system, and we should not be afraid to raise the bar in terms of our requirements concerning mathematics versus mathematical literacy, and language literacy versus language literacy in only one medium of instruction, such as English. Implied in everything I've suggested this morning, and I do want to keep to our time constraints, colleagues, is a sense of the longevity of our efforts, the necessity for patience, but also clarity of goals, clarity of purpose, and the sustained energy behind the initiatives, even if we acknowledge we operate in highly resource-restrained and constrained environments. The importance of shifting into institutional attitudes to curriculum change is, to my mind, more important than the resource base in which that occurs in any environment. So many of the schools in which I've done my own research operate in the most poor environments and effective to the highest level because of the quality of the leadership, number one, and the commitment of teaching in those spaces, number two. Excellence in education depends on those two factors before resources are considered to be important. And that suggests to me that the quality of training that we offer our teachers is a critical factor in the success of our overall education system. The structural challenges faced by our students, including financial insecurity, housing instability, limited access to devices, also compel our universities to rethink their social contracts. I remember once being asked by a colleague, what business is it of a university to be concerned with housing? And my sense is that every learner learns in an environment that is supportive after the classroom experience has concluded. So in that sense, our social contract as institutions with learners, with students, goes beyond the classroom, and we must recognize that the success of our students depends on their capacity, their ability in two instances, but also their environments and home environments and living conditions in a third instance to make for a successful experience. We learned this so evidently during COVID, how marginal many students felt as a result of a lack of adequate engagement by institutions with the home environments and contextual factors affecting learning. And I think that says something to us as an institution, not only to Unisa, but indeed every university in South Africa. We have a social contract with our students. We have a commitment to the sector. In my closing remarks, I want to ask this question. What kind of university is it that we want ultimately to build? And who must it serve? At UWC, we speak of being a university rooted in the public good, but this cannot remain at a slogan level. It must be evident not only in the how students experience us as academics, but it must also be evident in the why they engage with us, in the how we design our curriculum, and in the how we teach. I come back to this issue that change should not be driven by an understanding of content shifting alone in higher education. Design is critical, pedagogy is critical, and events like this conference, Vice-Chancellor and honored guests, is a valuable opportunity not only for us to learn from each other and across our many national and international borders. In this program, I can see our colleagues engaging with themes that include artificial intelligence, and again with the necessity that that intelligence must be a rooted contextual intelligence, not a faceless global intelligence that is in its underlying biases Western in its orientation and unconsciously exclusionary in its intentions. So curriculum reform and change, student support, language barriers are not isolated conversations to be had. We should be talking about these together, as indeed the special event at Unisa brings us together to do. And let's ask the harder questions of each other. Let's not be afraid, DDG and honourable ministers, to set the bar higher for ourselves, in fact, and for our sector. And let's commit to building those partnerships that are fundamentally enabling of the kind of relations we see as Africans with each other together in our teaching learning spaces. And on that note, I thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Lenkabula and Prof. Sekwe and Prof. Magano, like you did for a picture, like you did before. In the interest of time, I'll make some quick comments after the two professors. The next one is Professor Chika Sole, would have spoken. Professor Chika Sole, former Dean of the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria. Professor Chika Sole is Professor of Higher Education and Dean and former Dean of the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria. In December of 2002, Professor Sole earned a doctorate from the University of the Witwatersrand, Johannesburg. In 2003 through 4, he was a visiting Rockefeller postdoctoral fellow at the Center for African Studies at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. In 2005 through 6, he was a New Century Fulbright Fellow again at the same university. Professor Sole was first appointed as a lecturer in 2001 before being promoted to senior lecturer in 2003, associate professor in 2007, and full professor in 2016. Between 2007 and 2010, he was seconded to the Department of Education, where he served as Chief Director of Planning in 2007 through 2008 and of Policy in 2008 and 2010. Professor Sole, the platform is yours.
I am standing on the protocols that have been established. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Vice-Chancellor. Thank you, VC, for your presence here, and Vice Principal Siku, as well as Professor Makano. Thank you for the invitation to come and speak at this conference.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
It's a PowerPoint. It's not this one.
Under USB, right?
No, yes, okay. Let's see. Canon, yeah. Let me see. It's not that one.
Okay, let's check this one. It's not showing.
It's not showing.
Because it's going to show only if we can see the presentation. Which one is it?
Oh, Canon. It should be here. It's not opening.
There's a PDF.
Oh. HP screens.
Go up. Okay.
Canon. Look, I can speak without it.
You want to be fine?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I've got this picture. Yeah. As a teacher, I will speak without the PowerPoint. I had prepared one. Again, let me take this opportunity and thank the conference organizers for inviting me to speak at this conference. I would like to also congratulate them for choosing such a thought-provoking theme that speaks to the times we are living in. As higher education institutions, we are called upon to be responsive to the needs of society, to come down from ivory towers and contribute solutions to societal problems. This conference theme provides us, as higher education, an opportunity to reflect on our mission and place in society. I have been the Dean of the Faculty of Education over the past 8.5 years. I just stepped down at the end of December. So the kind of things which Dr. Mthembu was talking about, I've been directly involved with, producing teachers, but at the same time receiving learners from the basic education system. And I've got some few thoughts concerning that, concerning the issues which you raised, Doc. We are accused of not producing good enough teachers. But I would like to say that as higher education, we're doing our best to produce quality teachers. And we also don't want to blame the education system, the basic education system, for not giving us quality learners. Yes, we get them with various levels of quality, but we work with them, and I am confident that the students the teachers which we produce are quality teachers. Maybe the problem lies somewhere, and I think Prof. Balfour pointed to some of the problems, or the problem which we might be having in the education system, which is the conditions in which the teachers we produce work under. During the Fees Must Fall protests, I used to convene town hall meetings to deal with the protests and the marches that were conducted. And one of the things which I used to do was to debate with students and lecturers to try and understand what is it that they want, and what are the demands for the decolonized higher education system, and also the demand for fee-free higher education. And in one of those town hall meetings, one of the students, made this serious but also good allegation that, Prof, you are exposing us to this high-tech training at the University of Pretoria, where we are involved we are taught, with high-tech and digital technologies, but the conditions which we are going out into are not having this high-tech, machines which you are preparing us with here. So there is a disjuncture between, resource allocation at higher education as well, and the conditions under which our teachers are working in. So I think as part of addressing the problem and the challenge of quality, we also need to look at the conditions in the schools and in which our teachers are working. The second point which has been raised, which you raised, Doc, was that higher education is not being supplied with enough STEM learners. And I also want to point a finger at the DBE, because there are a number of learners who study mathematics in basic education, but as they go up into grade 9, 10, 11, they drop those subjects. And they are dropping them, some of them not out of choice, but the pressure that is put on principals to produce high percentage of matriculants is forcing them to advise learners to drop those subjects that are critical to the development of the economy. And I think that as part of the collaboration which you called upon, we need to really rethink how we think about the value of matric certificate and also the performance of the schools, that should not be based on the number, the percentage pass which a school attains, but we need to look at what kind of learners, in which subjects are those learners passing in, that will enable them to get into some of these professions that are really important for economic development. I've got some friends who are principals, especially in Limpopo. They talk about the pressure which circuit managers put them under in order for them to produce high percentage of matric passes. And I think that is not doing justice to this country. We need to start, we need to stop playing the game numbers and really focus on the real issues that will take this country forward. What does it mean to connect minds? Connecting minds is more than communication. It is more about thinking together. And I think as, the various sectors of the education system, including the employers and the schools, we need to think together. In a study conducted last year in 2024, Matthew Lieberman, who is a neuroscientist, found that our need to connect is fundamental as our need for food and water. He argues that we are profoundly shaped by our social movement and that we suffer greatly when our social bonds are threatened or severed. We may not like the fact that we are wired such that our well-being depends on our connections with others, but facts are facts. This finding points to the need for higher education institutions to connect to constituencies it is called upon to serve. Construct a teaching and learning environment that is supportive to students, that will help them to connect to their environment and thereby facilitate successful student learning. Allow me to address this theme of the conference in the context of reimagining student support in flexible learning environment. Universities, by definition, play a critical role in shaping individuals' intellectual and personal growth, while also contributing significantly to the development and progress of society as a whole. In this brief input I will engage with the key concepts of this conference theme, and namely connecting minds and bridging the gap, which are central to the reimagining student support in flexible learning environment. I will use the acronym ACE. ACE, which stands for awareness, which I'm arguing that higher education institutions need to be aware of the kind of students they are admitting, the background they are coming from, the kind of transitions which they need to navigate from basic education into higher education. In our context as contact institutions, some of the transitions include them moving from rural areas to urban areas. Some of the transition include, in your context as Unisa, is transition from contact tuition, which they were exposed to in basic education, to flexible learning environment in higher education. So I'm arguing that for institutions to connect with students, it needs to be aware of who these students are, where they are coming from, what kind of cultural capital and skill sets do they bring into higher education, in order to be able to know how they support them in entering higher education, but not just to enter, but to enter with a view to get them to succeed in higher education. The second acronym which is in ACE is CONNECT. Having created awareness of who the students are, higher education institutions need to devise meaningful ways in which they can connect with the students with a view to supporting them to have a successful student learning. Literature shows that it is not just enough to grant physical access or admit these students, but there is a need to also provide epistemic access. In his work, in the work of Wally Moro, he makes a distinction between formal access, which is institutional access, and epistemological access, which is access to the goods distributed by the institution. He argued that because of the poor quality of education black people received under apartheid regime, there is a need for higher education institutions not only to grant formal access, but once admitted, they need to be granted epistemological access. Epistemological access goes beyond simply being admitted to a university or attending classes. It's about the student ability to understand the concepts, the jargon, the language, and the conventions of the discipline, and to utilize the knowledge and skills taught within a specific discipline. This knowledge and skills cannot be acquired through a 45-minute or 1-hour lecture. It requires extra tuition. This realization led, and I'm now going to reveal my age, in the 1980s when we were in higher education, it led to the introduction of academic support programs, which gave extra support to students in order to acquire, learn, and understand the concepts used in the discipline and how to apply them. And because of the levels of inequality in our basic education system, first-year students come into higher education with varied levels of preparedness. And it is the role of higher education institutions to ensure that it does meet the students at their point of need. And in a flexible learning environment, these are usually provided through an online mode. Therefore, the transition these students will have to undergo will entail learning how to use technology in their learning. At UP, we offer to all first-year students the Academic Information Management course module that provides students with essential skills in finding, evaluating, processing, managing, and presenting information resources for academic purposes using technology. It covers topics like the Microsoft Office suite, how to use it, electronic library resources, and ethical information use. Unlike in the past, when tutorials were used to support students with the content of what they were taught, tutorials can be innovatively used to provide holistic support to students that ensures academic success. This includes the following: online tutorial programs, which can take the form of developing accessible virtual tutorial environments that overcome geographical and scheduling barriers through synchronized and asynchronized support system. Allow me, Program Director, to just briefly, in the interest of time, give you a summary of how, in the Faculty of Education, we put efforts in place to connect with our students and to support them, and the kind of results which we delivered out of that. When I became dean in 2016, in my first year, I under-enrolled students, and the VC read me a riot act to say I must make sure that I get students on the Muckleuck campus, otherwise she will kick me out of that campus. And I assured her that I know where students are. I will fill that campus with students. I used the Fuzalushaka Dr. Mtembu bursary scheme that funds students who want to become teachers as a strategy for recruitment. There are many unemployed youth in this country who have passed matric very well and meet the admission requirements to study at university. However, these young people do not have the means, resources to pursue their studies further. In order to meet the teacher demand and supply needs, the DBE has a district development program for recruiting young people who have matric, are unemployed, have passed matric in subjects that are in demand in the schooling system, and they want to become teachers. We partnered with the DBE to recruit those students to pursue teaching as a profession. Those who met the admission requirements, the DBE gave them bursaries and we admitted them in our faculty. Do not think that the fact that these students meet government and university requirements has solved the problem. No, it is actually the beginning of a long problem that continues until students graduate. Firstly, our university uses the online application system for admission as part of the admission process. These poor young people in rural areas do not have access to the kind of technology that will enable them to apply. What did we do as a faculty? We took manual application forms, which we gave to them to complete, and we brought them back to the university to be uploaded on the university system. That is part of building bridges, Dr. Mahano. Don't think that the fact that they have been admitted, that they will show up when the university opens. No, these young people, because of the poverty-stricken conditions they live in, do not have the means to travel to university. You have to send them transport money for them to travel to the city. When they arrive at Bosman, you have to Uber them. We had to Uber them to Muckleuck campus. Upon arrival at university, residences or private accommodations, the students require food, toiletries, and basic subsistence items. Within the Faculty of Education, we created an office that provides support to the students with such basic needs. We raised money from the private sector to meet these needs. Moving from the rural area to urban area is a culture shock and needs some adjustment for them, for many of the students, and requires additional support that include academic, psychosocial, and material. And all that I have been talking about was dealing with physical access. I then want to briefly look into epistemological access as defined earlier on. The idea of epistemological access is that students might be able to demonstrate learning by integrating what they know and are able to deal with who they are becoming as they engage new learning in authentic contexts. Many of these young people are first-generation university entrants and come from deprived backgrounds and lack the cultural capital necessary for smooth transition. What has been the results of all this building of bridges? Our student enrollments soared. The number of first entering students soared from 795 in 2017 to 1,556 in 2025. Similarly, the number of undergraduate students increased from 3,518 in 2017 to 6,212 in 2023. We massified teacher education on our campus. We also boosted the number of black students from 54% in 2017 to 85% in 2023, all while maintaining strong academic performance. And it was not just numbers, it was also about retention. We successfully retained students from the first to the second year, maintained a module pass rate of 94%, and saw around 68% of our students completing their studies within the minimum period. We had to ensure that students succeeded beyond just showing up, and we therefore put together some student engagement support office that provided academic and psychosocial support. Many of those students have returned to their communities and placed as qualified teachers in local schools with quality education from one of the leading universities in the country. Through professional, they also secured professional jobs, and we have addressed, in so doing, we address the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. By bringing funded students to the university, we address the problem of student debt, and this contributes to university sustainability. Through these strategies, the Faculty of Education became one of the largest and the most diverse in the university. These interventions also contributed or assisted the university in addressing sustainable development goals. Number 1, that deals with no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 4, quality education. And number 10, reduced inequalities. The above demonstrates that the above story demonstrates that given an opportunity and with the right commitment, the university can connect with its key constituencies and can build bridges and play a transformative role in society by providing access to the social goods it distributes to its youth and contribute to societal development. With those words, I would like to say thank you, Program Director.
Prof. Balfour, I'll just summarize by saying, I had to mention the following, just as a summary. In our commitment to transforming how we do education, we need to be aware of the colonial legacies we inherited, such as under-education and under-development. We need to humanize our pedagogies, and we also need to ask the question that I also heard from Prof. Lengabula's opening address, whose knowledge, and I hear us emphasizing the STEM fields, and particularly mathematics. And I heard Prof. Lengabula mention something about Memasangu, and I'm wondering whose mathematics and whose STEM. Perhaps during question time, we will get into that. In order for us to have a persuasive and exciting curriculum change, there is a need for efficient leadership. Efficient leadership in the form of those who are presenting those pedagogies. Student voice, something that we usually miss. There is a very key and urgent need to have a student voice filtered or featured in our efforts at curriculum change. Issues of towards the end, you were saying we need to take into account the issues of translanguaging and multilingualism, and also being very conscious that we shouldn't be afraid of raising the bar. Prof, as I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing Sole, your surname so well, but from what you said, let me start with the one towards the end. You let us know that the ACE is very key, where you pushed us to not forgetting the kind of student we have, the kind of background, cultural background, the kind of transition they would need, depending on where they come from, like from the rural to the urban. There is a need also to connect, connect in terms of giving them access to epistemological access, for example, providing support programs, and also I had to mention the need for finances. You gave us a practical example of how you were able to raise numbers by getting into the situation of the students who could have qualified so well in matric, but were not able to access higher education. Now, you mentioned something disturbing about how, again, on the STEM fields, the principals being under pressure of the number of matriculants that must pass, ultimately end up encouraging their pupils to do quote-unquote soft, soft skills subjects. And I'm wondering whether the latter, and therefore they ultimately end up, we end up having lesser numbers of those who will go into the STEM fields rather than the others, in order for students to be able to be many in terms of, passing their matric. And as we are emphasizing the STEM fields, I was wondering, that perhaps will come up during the question time, what about the question of humanities? What about the question of human beings that we had Dr. Mthembu highlight about, what our core business is in education? So those will have to come up, as we engage our speakers. How do we transition, how do we transform teacher education? I think you also got into the issue of the colonial legacies. I think in the light of this brief, presentation, sort of summary, I would here in the next few minutes, we will give them about 30 minutes, ask our three speakers to, take their seats in front, and then we're going to have about 30 minutes, after which we will ask our sisters here to come and present for us, and then thereafter we'll quickly have the ceremony of the signing of the memorandum. Can we ask our three speakers? Prof. Lenkabula, we will not include you. Do we have four? Yeah, we have only three. We will not include you, but those who have questions for you, I guess we will give you the last priority, can ask you from the floor. Thank you very much. So it means most of the questions will be directed to our speakers. Prof. Balfour, Dr. Mthembu. Are you here? Are you still here, Dr. Mthembu? And Professor Sole. somebody going to be moving around with the mic? So questions and or comments, you don't have to ask a question necessarily. You can just raise a comment. Okay. So you just raise your hand. Let's see, yeah, let's see the hands. We'll start with 3 questions. Only 3 questions, and then we'll come to the next round of questions. Let's start this way. Are there any questions from here? There is 1 question from here. Otherwise, you know, once I come this way, I won't come back here. So I see 1 here. Okay. From here, there is a question. Thank people. So we are going to actually do everything within 15 minutes, right? In the light of your response. Let's have your question. And then, would you mind to introduce yourself first? And then, where is the one who was here? And it's you. So we have 2 hands here. So 1, 2, 3. Yes, please go ahead.
Ndiyabulela mphathi nkqubo.
Would you mind to repeat your name?
My name is Nandi Panzaluba from the Faculty of Law.
From?
The School of Law. School of Law, Unisa.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
To our VC and the organizers, thank you very much. But I'm sitting here quite confused. And I will relate my confusion. As the presenters were presenting, fortunately, some of them were part of the curriculum recurriculation. My own brother was at St. John's College, the highest institution in the Transkei. He was made to do biblical studies when he went there to do the sciences and ended up at technical college doing the skills and everything and became a mechanic, which was the driver why then I was at the center of OBE and further education and training. I had thought when we dealt with OBE, because I'm one of the people who wrote it, about what the child must be, know, and become, I had thought the blueprint was there. We went further. We went using the National Education Policy Act to design or to work on the higher education policy. And again, we're carrying the same principles. Finally, we went to FET. And in FET, using the NQF, we were clear that the structure of a qualification, and I just want to say, you're talking to a person who was a principal of a school, who know the qualification structure, how students were made to fail because of the combinations. When we're dealing with the curriculum statements, we actually deconstructed all those qualification structures about maths and ed. But when we wrote the qualification, we said in the fundamental part of the qualification, there should be maths, there must be ICT. I don't know where it went wrong. Because we're clear, you have a fundamental, you have a core, and then an elective. But in the fundamental, we were uncompromising that you shall have ICT as an enabler, you shall have mathematics. Somewhere along the line, in the cooking of the menu, then came maths lit. I'm sitting here, I'm asking myself, of all these years, we back to square one. If we want to unscramble this egg, the NQF was done with all our intentions, with multiple X's and N's. The FET was done as the last pass because we wanted to make sure that every adult, every learner in South Africa is able to exit and get portable credits. But I'm sitting here and I'm listening, and it seems like we are still pre-1994. My question then is, what is the way forward? And I'm asking this because when we dealt with FET, we're looking at the German style. We wanted to convert the triangle, but we wanted the credit accumulation to be there. And we wanted to make sure that there's equity within the HET band, translating from the FET, founded by the GET, being a one line that is continuous, but I'm not hearing that continuity. How do we unscramble this egg? Thank you.
Before you sit down, before she sits down, what is your question?
My question is, how do we unscramble the issue that we have of up till now, we are talking about students that are not ready. Because even by then, we're talking about students that are not ready. And we changed the curriculum to outcomes-based. We changed the curriculum statements. And we changed the packaging of a qualification such that you are able to have portability from GET to HET. But we're still talking about that. The question is, what went wrong?
So you have two questions.
Definitely.
So the question is, how do we enable students, make them efficient? You know, the students have a challenge since, way back in 1994. Even now they still have a challenge. How do we address that?
Okay, there's two questions. I've told you this story about my brother.
Yes.
Our students are still suffering from that mentality of principals wanting best results up till now. Secondly, we're dealing with a system that we're still saying is not providing students that are either employable or ready.
All right.
The same questions that we had pre-1994. How do we unscramble this?
Yes, you are addressing to everybody? To everybody. Okay, we take the questions before we give our colleagues here an opportunity to. There was another question here. Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. And I think I'm under pressure because I'm.
Yes, please. Yeah, you actually remind me. Just ask short and to the point questions.
But I need to talk.
No,
this is a discussion.
narrative.
This is a discussion because if we're going to have just a short.
I wanted us to avoid narratives, say that,
we are not going to narratives. I'm going to be responding to certain questions. And thank you so much, colleagues, for raising some of the pertinent issues in the education space. Education space, it's important. And that's what Dr. Mthembu was saying, that we produce humans. And that's why it's complicated. And my concern really is that over the years we've been talking about this complication and it doesn't seem to unravel. Maybe it goes back to what you are saying. But do we as a country, basic and higher education, understand what type of a student we want before we run to content? Because I think that's where the problem is. We start with content and we push content to do what is supposed. What kind of a student do we want who's going to be servicing this changing environment that we are dealing with? And Professor Balfour talked about the social contract that we have with the community, because if we are going to be servicing the community, we must have a social contract. And who are we servicing? And what is it that we are saying? Because it seems like it's too broad, that we are not even enabling ourselves to decide or think about who is the student that we are talking about, both in higher and even in basic education. Because that comes out over and over again, that you are talking about different spaces. And I think my biggest concern has been focusing so much on content that we are even forgetting the social environment that we are operating in. I'll just leave it at that because I wanted just to stimulate discussion around those very, very critical areas. Yes, we are being accused of not producing good teachers, but where do we get good teachers from? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next, Dr. Hlongwane.
Thank you very much. I'm Moses Hlongwane, the Executive Dean of the College of Accounting Sciences. My question is based on the concerns of the community around the implementation of the Bella Act. This act was actually meant to address issues relating to one, governance, and also access and other issues. So are we closer to implementation, and what are the challenges thereof? Thank you.
Thank you very much. To our panelists, you can respond in whatever order. Yes, please go ahead and respond. Any of you can start.
Thank you, Program Director, and thanks for the questions. I think if I understood very well the first question, the preamble was quite long, but towards the end and the presenter was able to summarize, to say principals wanting 100% or the best percentage. In fact, the issue of quality versus quantity in schools, yes, we have that problem. It's not only worrying the community, the private sector and higher education, it's also worrying us in the sense that so many things are happening in the name of having a good pass percentage. Now, there is no correlation between a good pass percentage and quality results. We're noting that the numbers of learners who are absent for exams, who don't pitch up, is becoming higher and higher. And we do suspect that maybe there would be some kind of manipulation of the system, because if you did not write one subject, you are not counted for the results of the school. Just one subject. Now, we once had a program which was called modularization. Modularization was the identification of learners who were not ready to write. And then our understanding and our thinking was that if you have 6 subjects to write, and in 2 subjects you are very weak, then these 2 subjects are going to delay you to a point where you won't even have time to study the others. Therefore, modularize. Take 4 or 3, and then you take another 3 the following year. Now, what we discovered is that the results improved drastically because it looks like somewhere, somehow, this opportunity or this concession was abused. It became a mechanism to have better results. Even learners who could pass with 6 subjects, some of them were encouraged to take half of the subjects. It became a problem, and we dropped it. We decided to do away with modularization. The other problem which now we are facing is the issue of the 8th subject. Some learners are taking the 8th subject so that in case you fail 1, you still pass with the 7. Now, sometimes you give them dramatic arts and on top of mathematics, and the child failed mathematics but passed dramatic arts, and then get a pass because the number of subjects qualify the candidate. Now, all those are challenges which are caused by the issue of the pass percentage. There is a big exodus, a huge one, from mathematics to mathematical literacy when we open the window for subject changes. Most of our subject changes are from maths to maths lit. Only to find that the person who is applying for that is actually destroying the whole combination, because if it's accounting and maths lit, then that is a cul-de-sac in life. Now, we agree and as basic education, that there is a challenge associated with the 100% or the high pass percentage. Last 2 weeks ago, I went to Wamashu. The school got 97.8%, which is higher than the provincial pass percentage, higher than the district pass percentage, higher than the national pass percentage. But the principal was reprimanded to say by the circuit manager, I want 100%. Now, this principal felt like she has underperformed. When in the main, what the circuit manager is saying, the school must get 100%. So all of us, everyone wants 100%. But now we have reached a point where we say, let us look at the 100%, let us look at the pass percentage and see how we get that. How are we doing that? We have introduced an inclusive basket system. An inclusive basket system is to look at participation. If you look at mathematics, you look at participation, and you also look at performance. For instance, there are provinces which have a very low participation rate, the number of learners taking mathematics, but high percentage pass. We are discouraging those provinces to say you are underperforming in terms of participation. As a result, you perform very well in mathematics. We are also looking at other variables like the number of learners in the province who have taken technical subjects, technology subjects, and so on. So we are trying to open this thing up so that in future we don't look at pass percentage only. Our judgment or our adjudication is based on quite a number of issues. Mathematics is in the forefront. We want to know how many learners wrote mathematics before we congratulate you for having 100% in mathematics. Because there will be a school with 500 learners taking mathematics and 420 pass mathematics, and they get 82%. But there will be a school with 12 learners doing mathematics. They all pass. Who are you congratulating? We are congratulating the one who has manipulated the system. So we are aware of that, and we agree with you that this is a problem, and the way forward will not only come from the Department of Basic Education. Remember, politically, if the MEC produce a high pass percentage, that MEC would keep the job. The HOD would keep the job. But once the percentage goes down to 60s and 70s, regardless of quality, you might not keep the job. So it is career threatening not to get a very high pass percentage at this point in time. And sometimes you must leave things to academics. To say, academics, how do we deal with this? Because academics are people of research. They actually get into the root cause of things. But the other challenge is that even learners themselves, they are not looking at a bigger picture. They are not actually looking at what's going to happen in future. It's about appearing in the newspaper and passing matric. You have passed. They only realized after matric that this combination is a combination that is not going to take me any further. And then the other issue is curriculum transformation. We came from the NATED 550. After the NATED 550, we went to outcomes-based education. After outcomes-based education, then we went to the revised, the RNCS, the revised National Curriculum Statement. And after the RNCS, today we are in the curriculum, in the CAPS, Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statements. Now, with all these moves, I think the question is, but we still have a problem with mathematics. We still have a problem with reading, comprehension, and so on. and what is the way forward. The Department of Basic Education believes that early learning is the answer. That's why our minister is actually propagating for taking advantage of such funds or fundings as the Funza Lushaga to focus on teachers at the foundation phase and teachers in grade R and so on, so that the ECD and grade R and foundation phase must get a bigger chunk of support from Funza Lushaga. We're trying to say the problem is not in the whole system, the problem is in the foundation. That is what we are trying to say. But that is our way forward. Looking at SACMEC results, looking at the team's results, all these, it only tells us one thing: let us strengthen the foundation phase. One day I had a chat with Jeff Hadebe. Jeff Hadebe told me that where his child at that time, Malaika, she attends a school where they advertise the post for ECD teacher or grade R teacher, something like that. They wanted a master's degree for that. So raising the bar is one of the things that we need to look at. But also, another challenge, especially with mathematics, is our problem with the 3 R's: recruitment, retention, and replacement. It's clear now that recruitment for maths teacher and science teachers is not very easy, but retaining them in the system, because whilst they are teaching, they are studying very, very serious careers, trying to ensure that they come out of this. But also, once they leave the system, especially in rural areas, it's very difficult to replace them. These 3 R's are a serious problem as well. And the second question, the kind of learner or the type of learner envisaged, it is determined by the society that we're serving, the economy which we want to serve. But in the outcomes-based education, OBE, in the RNCS, in the CAPS, all these policy statements have one thing in common. There is a part which says the kind of a learner envisaged. I think in the RNCS there was also the kind of a teacher envisaged. Now, I think for now we're still failing to match these two things. What kind of a learner do we want to see? So that when we train the teacher on basis of the kind of a learner that we envisage. But also, we must look at the private sector, where people want to provide services to the system, but maybe those people don't provide services in such a way that we solve problems. Because with mathematics, for instance, we started long ago, as you have said, to deal with mathematics. But unfortunately, you may find not everyone in the private sector who would come and say, I have a solution, only to find that at the end of the day, that solution doesn't work. That person was only interested in the financial aspect of providing the solution. It has never been useful to ask a mosquito to help you with a problem of malaria fever. So you look at it that way. And then the Bella Act. The Bella Act is being implemented now, but there are still challenges here and there. Some of the few clauses of the Act, they need time for us to implement. But what is happening right now, the branch that is responsible for dealing with this, there's a branch called Delivery and Support. They are actually trying to go out road shows, trying to assist principals and provinces to understand it. We have done phase 1 in February, where principals, all principals in the country, province by province, were called together so that they are guided in dealing with the Bella Act. But there was a bottleneck recently with the Bella Act, where we wanted to come out with the guidelines. And some people said, no, you don't need guidelines. This is an act, you need regulations. We've dealt with it now, and we are moving forward with the Bella Act. But the speed at which we are moving is not yet, Doc, at the speed that is needed. Therefore, it's very difficult to feel the impact right now. But as time goes on, it will. But a start has been made. We are trying to move forward. I think it's a question of us being a democracy where people, it's not just totally cast on stone, where people keep on raising issues, and we must listen to people, try to resolve those issues. And it took us long, I must say, to have our political principles to agree on it. But we are trying to move. The pace is not as fast as it is supposed to be. And there are also contradictions. Home Affairs say something about foreign learners. We in the Bella Act, we say they must be given education regardless of whether they are documented or not. So all those contradictions are also sitting on our table. But we are trying our best, and we hope we will do our best as a country to deliver the position of the Bella Act. And I want to agree, we are not moving at a pace which is already visible in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mtembu. Seeing that, you can't see me from behind, so as the panelist, so once I stand here, it means I'm asking that you please and kindly, so in humility, to summarize. I'm referring to the other two panelists. We still have the memorandum of understanding, the signing thereof, before we go for lunch. And also our dancers. So we still have some items. And as you can imagine, we can have another round of questions. We'll try that in the next session. Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
Let me thank Dr. Mtembu for dealing with almost all the questions. What I can add to the question of the way forward, I think this thing is very serious. We need to get to the basic education system in the schools. The issue of subjects which these learners are taking is at the core, is one of the core or root causes of unemployment, number one, not having enough students who go into these gateway professions which are needed for economic growth. And we are killing some communities. I was with one friend of mine who comes from the area of Sanin. He tells me that there is a district there where those schools do not do mathematics at all because of the kind of pressure which you are aware of. And once those students finish their matric, because they did useless subjects, they are just sitting at home. And so it's not something to think about in relation to the future. Its action is required now. There should be norms and standards that are prescribed for all schools to say you need to have a minimum number of these subjects, of these gateway subjects offered in your school. Otherwise, action will be taken. And once, yes, it's not an overnight it might not be an overnight solution, but if we start there after 10 years, maybe we may not be speaking about the same problem which we are talking about today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to just touch on the question that was raised about the kind of student that's anticipated for higher education, and I want particularly to just limit my remarks to teacher education, because that's very much where basic education and higher education come together. And I do think that the requirements that we have set for teacher education following the implementation of the ACE and the NPDE, and I think many colleagues will remember that enormous exercise that government undertook in terms of raising the qualifications of our teachers, but we need now as a time, again, to set that bar higher for our profession. I think the requirements are too low to get into the profession, and what we need from teachers already in the profession, as well as those coming in, is a much higher level of engagement with core subjects like the languages, mathematics, the sciences, and so on. And we saw that as a country we could do this very effectively with the ACE and the NPDE as that initial wave of raising qualification levels with teachers already in the system. So the sector has a good experience of managing numbers like that on a scale that was also fairly successful. And I believe that it is a good time to reconsider what are our requirements of teachers entering into education, and what are our requirements of teachers already in the system in terms of raising that bar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't intimidate our two panelists. Our dancers, but before then, I think we are going to, sorry that we can't have another round of questions, but let's help me to give an applause to our panelists as we ask them to go back to their seats. For the dancers now to come over. Let's give them a round of applause. Then Prof. Marano can take over after this.
Yo, Peggy.
Yeah, there's a laptop. Oh, it's open. Can you hear me?
So number 4, yes, we mix. Yes. Palisa, can you quickly go and check if number 4 is still there on the mixer? Number 4 on the mixer. Okay, can you project it? Yeah. Yeah, I know it is still there. It's the one which is live now. And it's coming in.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Is there anybody? Yeah, is there anybody here who can advise us of what's happening? Because I think I'm supposed to start at 2:30.
Yeah,
Is there anybody here from the organizers?
Good afternoon, Grace. Dr. Machiza. Can you hear me? You are muted, Dr. Machiza. Dr. Machiza?
Yes, Dr. Maviza. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, now we can hear you. You were muted. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Perfect.
Yes, you are going to talk about exploration of the impact of multilingualism on academic performance, right?
Yes.
Okay. So are you able to share your screen, your presentation?
That should be, yes.
Let's see.
I'm not sure if you can see my slides.
Okay, they are picking it up. It will show soon.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, they are picking them up.
Okay. All right, should I get started?
Yes. So,
all right.
Let's see, just for time keeping, because we delayed you with 5 minutes or so, so you'll finish at 14:55.
14:55, all right, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to present on exploring the impact of multilingualism on academic performance in a South African higher education English 4 classroom. This is the layout of my presentation. Understanding that we only have about 15 minutes, I'm not going to take long to read all this, but I'm just going to start with the introduction as usual, and I'll give the conclusion at the end. Now, looking at our South African higher education landscape, we can actually see that it is at a critical juncture. Now, some people would like to believe that the term multilingualism has actually turned out to be a buzzword. That's Mbiri Mungwe says so. And why are we saying that it is a buzzword? Simply because we've got a situation where we are coming from, where we do have a legacy that is deeply rooted in apartheid and colonialism. And this has also had an impact on our education system, which has also turned out to be Eurocentric and marginalizing our linguistic backgrounds. So most of the learners or the students that come to tertiary or to higher education landscapes are bringing about their multilingual repertoires, which are not tapped into in most cases in their higher tertiary education, where it is predominantly English. So you would realize that for most of the students who are coming from poor backgrounds and those who have been introduced to English as an additional language are the ones that are mostly affected, and these affect their academic performance. Now, not only talking about those that are coming from poor backgrounds, we also even have learners who are coming from advantaged homes. But our situation in South Africa, if we are to look into our CAPS document, the levels that are denoted to languages are only referring to the levels of proficiency, and not necessarily meaning that this is the home language that the child has when they come into the classroom. So in the basic education, we would realize that the Department of Basic Education has made some strides in helping the learners to making sure that multilingualism is embraced in the classrooms. However, you would realize that we still have that gap when it comes to tertiary education, even though the Department of Higher Education and Training has also initiated some efforts to revise the language policy framework to encourage institutions to adopt multilingual practices that respect students' multilingual repertoires. These policies are not, or these initiatives are not evenly applied, they are not embraced evenly. So you would realize that there is inconsistency, or there are inconsistencies across tertiary institutions, where at some institutions, yes, you would realize that multilingualism has been fully embraced and some students are actually benefiting. And this takes us back to the issue of epistemological access, where we say we now have quite a number of students that are enrolling in higher education, but how many of them are graduating? How many of them are leaving the tertiary institution with a certificate that is going to better their lives? Hence, it is very important for us in tertiary education to understand that when we talk of epistemological access, are we not just looking at it as a form of tokenism, but where we say we do have large numbers of students that are entering, but yet we don't have many that are graduating. Now, understanding how multilingualism affects academic performance is very crucial when it comes to issues of multilingualism, because we cannot just assess a student based on the language, which is an additional language. Most of them struggle in the classroom context because obviously they are coming from high school. When they enter into the higher education platform, there are different
Dr.
contexts.
Grace?
It is a different context.
Sorry, you are no longer sharing your screen?
I'm not sharing.
No, it's no longer sharing. I don't know what you did, but it stopped sharing about a minute ago.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Let me have a look at it again.
Are you winning, Dr. Grace?
Yeah. It should be showing now. Can you see?
Yeah, now it is showing. You can just put it in a presentation mode.
Like.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I was talking about the issue of academic performance and multilingualism, that our students that are coming into our classrooms at tertiary are coming from linguistic repertoires that are not tapped into, and they find the higher education tertiary with a different platform, with a different principles, with different rules that do not allow them to get into their linguistic repertoires that they are bringing into the classroom. To such an extent, we have realized that when they are examined with the Eurocentric language, which is the language of the institution, most of them are not progressing until they are out of the school tertiary institution with something that is going to better their life. For that purpose, this study is still in progress. It's something that I'm still working on, but I aim to map existing research on the impact of multilingualism on academic performance in South African higher education, particularly focusing on the English-based additional language classroom. And I also need to identify key themes, methodologies, and findings, as well as highlighting the gaps in literature, considering that we don't have much literature that is focusing on multilingualism, particularly in higher education, even though we do have so much literature, or a plethora of literature when it comes to basic education. I am also going to provide some recommendations for educators and policymakers. Now, looking at this study, I'm going to employ a scoping review, which follows the framework proposed by ASCII and O'Malley. And in this scoping review is going to include the identification of the research question. It's going to include searching relevant databases, selecting studies based on inclusion and exclusion criteria, and charting data, as well as collating and summarizing findings before the final presentation. On the inclusion criteria, I'm going to use studies that are based in South Africa that focus mainly on higher education settings and address multilingualism and academic performance. I'm also going to look at the published articles in peer-reviewed journals or credible reports, and I'm going to focus on reports that are were published between 2000 to 2025. Now, why do I really have to focus on articles from 2000 to 2025? I am doing this so that I map the policy changes that have already taken place, because from 1997, so many things have happened, and the language policy has been amended here and there. I'm also going to capture the recent developments and the trends, and also it's going to help to facilitate the identification of gaps and future directions. So, in addition to the inclusion criteria, I'm also going to use the databases like Google Scholar, the Scopus, EBSCO host, and other South African databases. So for the preliminary findings that I have so far, because I'm aiming to look at close to 25 articles, and so far, I've looked at 5 articles, and on the preliminary findings that I have, I've realized that multilingualism enhances student engagement. When you tap into the learners' linguistic repertoires to clarify some concepts, even at tertiary, they will understand the difficult concepts that they cannot make sense of when they are said in English. And language proficiency and academic performance are linked, because when a learner a student is coming into the classroom with linguistic repertoires, it simply means they can, as a teacher, you can, or a lecturer, you can translanguage and learn, tap into the linguistic repertoires that the students already possess and help them to make sense of what they are learning, and that results in academic performance. And pedagogical approaches and policies and implications. I have also realized here with the issue of translanguaging, focusing on Mandela and focusing on Garcia and many other translanguaging scholars around in South Africa, we have looked into the impact of translanguaging, and that translanguaging actually helps. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that the student might be coming from an indigenous language background. Even those that are also coming with Africans, you'd realize that they also struggle with English in the classroom. And if some concepts are not clarified for them, they might even struggle. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that as the lecturer, you need to understand all the languages that are spoken in South Africa or are official in South Africa. That's the 12 of them. But it simply means that the students in our classrooms are the resources that we can be using. And this also, I've also realized that there are some gaps in the literature, particularly in higher education. Now, on the recommendations, I recommend the implementation of translanguaging practices in classrooms to validate and utilize students' multilingual repertoires, and provide professional development for lecturers on multilingual pedagogies, which I have already outlined that as a lecturer, you don't necessarily need to be proficient in all the 12 languages that are spoken in South Africa, but the students that are in your class can actually be the resources that can help in outlining some difficult concepts in class and help those that are struggling. And develop institutional policies that support multilingual institutions and assessment. While some strides have been taken on this, I still believe that more has to be done, and conduct further research, particularly longitudinal and intervention studies to evaluate the effectiveness of multilingual approaches. Hence, in conclusion, multilingualism in South African higher education presents both opportunities and challenges, and this is something that can be looked into so that, because our main goal is to ensure that the students, once they get into the institution, they should come out with a certificate so that their lives can be better. This also appeals to the policymakers and the educators to collaborate and develop strategies that embrace South Africa's linguistic diversity. With that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grace. Round of applause. Even colleagues online can give her virtual round of applause. Colleagues, I think we still have about 4 or 5 minutes in terms of engagement, and I'm looking at the hands virtually and even here in the hall. If there is anyone who would want to engage.
Can you still hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, I can.
Can you hear us, Dr. Grace?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. No, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I'm looking at if there are colleagues online and in the hall who would like to engage you on your presentation. Thus far, I don't see any hands. Maybe out of interest, and pardon me if I might have missed in your presentation, the challenges with, in South Africa, there is a challenge of diverse cultural and language groups. How do you think that with your study and looking at the recommendations that you have, you're gonna be able to overcome that particular problem? And I think the observation is that much as there is a push towards multilingualism, the number of students that are opting to study in native languages is still low. Your comment on this?
Thank you so much for that thought-provoking question. It's something that has been lingering around in my head as well for quite some time. Yes, we do have so many languages that are spoken in South Africa, and we have quite a number of people, or very few students who are opting for this. But when we are talking of embracing multilingualism, it is not necessarily like saying the students should now learn in an indigenous language when they are learning English. But we are saying, let's clarify some difficult concepts for the students. English is a lingua franca, and this is something that we cannot deny. English is a language of, is a global language. It is the language of commerce, it is the language of IT. So we need our students to learn English and to master English. But we are saying we are starting by teaching them English, and we are not clarifying some difficult concepts in the languages that they do understand. So when I'm talking of embracing multilingualism, I am simply saying, let's tap into those knowledges that the students are bringing into the classroom and bridge the gap.
Okay, all right. Now, thanks so much for that response. All of the best with your presentation. As you indicated that you are still working on it in terms of finalizing, hopefully you will ready itself for possible publications, isn't it?
Thank you. Yes, that's my aim.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to check those that are doing virtual presentation, if we have got Ms. Kosimolala.
Yes, I'm here.
You are here, okay.
Yes.
And I'm also trying to check Dr. Shea Mugova. We don't have Dr. Mugova. Dr. Musa Chahem. Okay, we don't have. And I think the last one will be Ms. Makosi and Letabu Mapanga. Are you online? Okay. Doesn't seem like we have them. Ms. Molala, is it Molala or Molala? Ms. Kosi Molala?
Mulala, neck.
Oh, Mulala. All right, thank you. Are you ready? Maybe we can give you a chance because the other presenters are not here.
I appreciate it so that I can have more time. Sorry, I'm joking. Thanks. Let me just share my screen.
Okay. Are you struggling?
No, let's stop sharing now. I've pressed it. Share. Is it coming?
I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm just checking on the technical guys if they're able to pick it up. Just a moment. Ms. Malala? Ms. Malala? Kosi, can you hear us? Ms. Malala?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, it is visible. We can just put it in a presentation mode and lead us. So your 20 minutes start now.
No, not now, because I don't know how to. On my screen is presentation mode. And yours? It's not presentation mode on the screen.
No. Okay, but to save time, we can see the slides. Maybe just navigate to the second one so that we can see if whether it is moving.
Can you see the second slide?
No, we're seeing the other screen. Maybe stop sharing and choose the main screen where the slide is. You may be sharing another screen. Are you using two screens?
Yeah. All right, let me do that. Can you see now?
Okay, so is it in a presentation mode?
Let me see now. Presentation mode.
Let's see. I'm trying to look at your cursor. Yeah, you see, top left is say from beginning. If you click that from beginning.
Yes. Can you see now?
No, the one that you are sharing. Okay, you see where you say monitors, far right of your screen.
So mine is now on a slideshow.
It's on
On my
slideshow.
screen.
Yeah, the one that is showing on us is not a slideshow, so I'm afraid if you will be moving, we will not see where you are.
Oh, good. I must end show now.
So rather put your presentation on the screen and share the entire screen, not the window.
Oh, okay. Let me do that. Can you see now?
Okay. Yeah.
Can you see?
We see the Teams window. Minimize that Teams window. Yeah. Now it is visible. You can move. Just navigate 1, 2 to the next slide so that we can see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see the next one?
Perfect. It is visible, so you will have until 3:20.
What time is it now? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. My name is Khosi Mulala. I am representing South African Qualifications Authority. I'll be presenting on the topic integrating environment education for sustainable development, a case of higher education qualifications. This topic is close to my heart because as an evaluator at SAQA, I identified a gap in terms of the policies that we have developed for the restoration of qualifications on the NQF, and then the policies. I scrutinized the policies to see if environmental education for sustainable development are covered or addressed in these policies, because we know that the 2020-30 agenda compels international, regional and national policies to be aligned to the 2030 agenda and SDG goals. Then the study by NIGA also discovered that there was a big gap, the absence of policy guidelines and frameworks from South African higher education regulatory bodies to support the implementation of education for sustainable development. So this study also was also informed by the findings from the same scholar who identified as well the knowledge and capacity gaps in higher education institutions to incorporate ESD in their programs or qualifications. Sorry, there's some noise in the background. Chairperson, the noise. Chairperson, the noise background. Okay, thank you. Then there's the focus of integrating the sustainable development into policies is key, especially in South Africa and internationally, globally. The climate, the sustainable issues that we are experiencing, they must be addressed by the skills and the competencies from the qualifications that the learners are studying. So that is the interest in my study was based on the issues, environmental issues, as evident from the recent floods, as everybody is remarking about climate change, the weather is not the same as 10 years ago, and so on. So this was inspired by those the 2020 agenda for ESD and 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which requires its countries to integrate into policies the ESD curricula, learning, environmental capacity building, and educator empowerment, etc. ESD equips businesses because ESD equips learners across all disciplines with knowledge, skills, attributes, and values required to pursue sustainable visions. However, lack of policies and criteria prevents the integration of ECD across the disciplines and limits the effectiveness of higher education institutions in fostering sustainable-minded graduates. The objectives of the study were to investigate the extent to which ESD concepts are integrated in higher education qualifications and policies to support the implementation thereof. This study was informed by two questions, research questions. The first one, to what extent do higher education registered qualifications integrate ESD issues and concepts? The second one, how do higher education policies promote implementation of ESD in higher education? The study intends to fill the gap and contribute to the development of dialogues about ESD policy framework guidelines for integrating ESD in higher education qualifications to achieve target 4.7 of SDG 4, which is quality education. Recently, I've read about the country's report on SDG, because all countries are supposed to report about 2 years about the progress, report to the United Nations about the progress in terms of the achievement of the 17 goals. On that stats, the Statistics SA provided a report on behalf of the country. I could not find the report reporting on the policies and the guidelines for higher education. The report was highlighting the progress report about the basic education. So this is really the gap that must be filled in literature, and assisting the president to be able to respond to the SDG 4. I did a little bit of background of SD sustainable development. ESD weight is coming from, so in literature it's coming from environmental education as early as 1948, right up to ranging to 1948, 1972, 1992, all of that timeline. So because in the interest of time, I'm not going to dwell on much on that, but sustainable development is viewed in terms of 3 dimensions, which are environmental, social, and economic. These dimensions are interrelated and indivisible aspects of whole system, as ESD is multidisciplinary in nature. The environmental dimension of sustainability has been traditionally overemphasized as in SED. That's the literature review that I did to find that this is overemphasized as expected because of the nature of this discipline. The universities are supposed to transform their approach in their qualifications. So they're supposed to encourage inter and transdisciplinary approaches, which must not be only ESD content must not be featured in the traditional disciplines. It must cut across disciplines. And despite the recognition of the importance of this ESD in addressing global sustainability challenges, its integration across all disciplines in higher education remains insufficient. So, and then a little bit of case studies that look into the integration of the ESD in higher education. I'm going to summarize the study by Gale, but from the University of Gale, and this, they examined the impact of procedure implemented to promote integration of sustainable concepts in their courses. The lecturers were required to classify their courses based on their environmental ESD content, and the classification for A, it was major part of their content of their course has ESD content, B, some parts, C, no ESD content, and D, ESD content is not relevant to the course. The findings were that colleges of mathematics, national computer, and technology build showed predominance of environmental perspective with traditional closer linkages to environmental issues. Then, however, the College of Humanities, Social Sciences, Education, Psychology, Health Sciences, and Sociology were not accustomed to relating their discipline to environmental issues. So this literature will help in responding to the research questions. The other case study relates to the one that was done by Department of Environmental Affairs in 2010. There is not yet a recent one to date about this study, which was looking at the environmental sector skills plan for South Africa. So it's something that the department has to do, because it will give us a valuable insight into what is happening since then. But I hope this study will also shed some insight into what is happening currently since then. And this study conducted a review of subject matter in higher education programs between this period, and they found that there was a gap. There was a wide gap between the numbers of diplomas, degrees, diplomas, and honors. That indicates the recruitment of higher degrees is not matching the supply, and the number of diploma and certificate decreased after the introduction of University of Technologies, and then the challenges thereof from integrating ESD into current qualification. There are many more, but these ones are appropriate to the study. So these ones are from these scholars: lack of coherent strategy, lack of expertise, competence in sustainable content, and weak institutional leadership. Secondly, lack of integrative approaches, which hinders implementing SDGs in higher education, which leads to haphazard approaches where SDGs are not included, are being included for the sake of following instructions and meeting requirements. This was based on the NIGA studies, and the absence of policy framework and guidelines from higher education regulatory frame bodies renders integration at risk of failing, causes confusion around the curriculum design. Again, the findings was that there were few institutions, framework, and policy guidelines to assess the curriculum development in integrating SDGs. Research methodology that was followed, the design was case study, and the quantitative approach followed within pragmatic paradigm, which is a philosophical and methodological approach, which emphasizes particularly real-world application and the integration of theory and practice by this scholar. And then purposive sampling, so select all registered qualifications, because in our database, SAPA and NRLD database, there are different categories of registration. There are those that have passed the end date, there's those that are currently registered, and that, sorry, how do I go back here? Previous. Sorry, and those that have ceased to have passed the end dates. Sorry. They've passed the end date of registration. Desktop study methodology was employed, and descriptive statistics used to research question 1, and employed document analysis to address research question 2 of the study. A data collection was a combination of primary and secondary sources, data carefully collected through careful thorough literature analysis of various education policies. NQF, which is an electronic NQF-MIS management information system, which is also known as National Learner Record Database, used to collect data about their registered qualification. This is an electronic system that records all qualifications on the searchable database, also records learner achievement and also the registered professional designation. So the three dimensions that were reviewed previously were used to analyze the data. The results in discussion, figure 1 relates to the distribution of qualification by titles. In our database, as of July 2024, there were 22,872 registered qualification. From this number, only 19,280 are higher education qualifications. From higher education, we have only 349 qualifications that are with ASD related content, which is constitute about 2%, and this number is really concerning. And then the study found the dominance of environmental dimension as depicted on the pie chart, with 60% for environmental dimension, 37% for social, and 3% for economic or financial dimension. So this shows that ESD-related issues are not sufficiently integrated in higher education qualifications. The implications thereof are that skills gap in environmental management, science, and environmental education sectors will not be addressed. And this is a cause for concern from the higher education institutions. And then the figure 2 is the distribution of qualification by fields. The top four fields are field 10, which is physical, mathematics, life sciences, with 37%. So these findings here are supported by that findings by the Department of Environmental Affairs study. So which means now 15 years down the line, there has not been significant changes like making environmental issues cut across all disciplines. We're still stuck in the traditional disciplines only. And then field 7, which is human and social studies, 18%, and 9 social services, health, which is 15%. So it shows that only 8 fields are the least to integrate ESD content, which constitute 10%. The finding revealed that ESD is integrated most in traditional field of study, which is study 10, field 10, with 27 of registered qualifications. So this is really a major concern. And I think that the reason for this is because of the following analysis that will come next. Sorry. The qualification types, the distribution of qualification types, also showing top 4 types, which are masters, bachelors, the bachelor with 360 credits, not 480, honors degree, doctoral degrees. So these are the only ones, the field that are integrating ESD-related issues sufficiently, and not in the undergraduate qualifications. So this is also supported by the study by environmental education to say this is the findings here are still similar to what we found 15 years down the line. And this revealed a big gap between numbers of higher certificate diplomas, degrees, and the number of honors, masters, and doctorate. The integration is in higher certificate only 2%, and this picture is not is concerning because ESD is is supposed to be inculcated at the foundation level. Then the analysis of policies, I'm going to quickly run through them because most of them do not address ESD-related concept here. When they do, they only mention in passing in the introductory statement, but there is no clear guidance or guidelines as to if we accredit programs in terms of the HEQC a policy and criteria program accreditation. If we look at these programs that are submitted for accreditation, what is it exactly that we look into in terms of the ECD being integrated into these programs? So there's nothing. So ECD concepts are not included in the policy and criteria for accreditation by Council on Higher Education. And also the second policy that we analyzed was Quality Assurance Framework, the recent one, which is published in 2021. They do recognize environmental sustainability as the national imperative to advance transformation and so on. But there's no guidance, like quality standards to say, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to support the higher education institutions to integrate this ESD into their programs of qualification? And then the third one was policy and criteria for registration on the NQF from SAQA, and this policy as well did not give us any information except just the introductory statement in the preamble, but no guidance as well. As the higher education is the same principle, so they had something on their founding goals in the preamble, which talks about transform, restructure, respond to better human resource and economic development of the Republic, but missed the opportunity to include the environmental dimension. So this is the findings from the policies. And then in conclusion, that these findings reveal that ESD are not sufficiently integrated into higher education, and they reveal a low degree of integration into university curricula, and where there were no elective or mandatory courses designed for sustainable development in the study. Findings show that policies are not there. They are not conceptualized and are not developed. Higher education policies and frameworks to address ESD integration in higher education, they are not conceptualized and they are not developed. And there's a lack of coherence, coordination, synergy between national SD policies and higher education policies. That is from the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment. There are those policies that are addressing ESD in that department, but those policies are not filtered through the Department of Higher Education and Training policies, which is, there's no coherence, there's no coordination, and there's no synergy. And the recommendation in conclusion, the study recommends that integrate ESD in the quality assurance criteria, including the quality programs, learning environments, teacher education, and student assessment. This must be done by CHE in collaboration with higher education institutions. And then SAQA to collaborate with CHE to advise the minister about incorporating the ESD content in the NQF Act itself, because even the NQF Act, the objectives are not speaking to the sustainable development. This was benchmarked against the Malaysian NQF Act, which is very strong on driving the agenda for sustainable development. And then the higher education regulatory bodies, which are three in this instance, DHEAD, SAQA, and CH must set up an interdepartmental task team, which means the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, and the department of these three must come together and set up that task team to develop higher education sustainability policy framework for the implementation of this in higher education, and make ESD mandatory in the higher education qualifications as it is in the basic education. The environmental concept runs through all the learning areas in the CAPS document. And CHE and SAQA must develop quality standards for monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of ESD into qualifications. And they can do this by providing guidelines for integrating ESD concept holistically, so in terms of environment, social, and economic dimensions, because the institutions higher institutions require guidance as to how to drive this integration of ESD in the qualifications, because it requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I was waiting for the microphone to be unmuted. Thank you so much for your presentation. Round of applause for you. Colleagues, virtually, we can also give virtual round of applause. I'm just going to look at the screen if there are colleagues that will want to engage you, but while we are still waiting for that, I was interested, especially at your recommendations, that this at a policy level should be done at a higher level now. This is at the Department of Higher Education. But I'm now thinking, aren't we missing opportunity? And hearing early in the morning during the starting of the conference, there was a call for the two ministries to work together. That is the DBE and Department of Higher Education. So aren't we missing opportunity if the integration does not start at the DBE level? And then the last part that also intrigued me, I'm currently working on a project on SDGs, and I'm now thinking your recommendation is also to integrate them through the advice of the Minister, of course. But with the strategy 2030 very close, do you think we have got sufficient time for that integration, or we should look beyond 2030?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for your observation. They are very valid and very good. Yes, the first one is pertaining to the collaboration with the DBE. Yes, it is important because they have already done that. The environmental theme are integrated across all learning areas in basic education. So if we bring them on board, they will be able to advise higher education ministry as to what strategy or how can we in higher education implement it. But what I've also read is that there is this community of practice for environmental sustainability framework. They are working on that, and then that committee of practice experts must work collaboratively with HD heads, CHE, SAQA, and other stakeholders like industry organization, because we are supplying them with graduates that have done this. What is their needs? What is critical? We know in the critical skills demand list, they are listed those occupations in high demand, and most of them are from climate specialists, and so on. But it's a multi-stakeholder collaboration that is required to drive this. Yes, 2030 is 5 years down the line. You are right. My sense is that maybe it's this year or later next year, they will extend to another decade, I think, a decade. Because from the reports that I've read, they are saying, particularly in Africa, the target is far. African countries are far from reaching those targets, and they will reach some goals, but most of them, they are far from reaching them because of the inequalities that exist in African countries. Yes.
All right. No, thank you so much. I don't see any further hands that will want to engage. But with that said, thank you very much for your presentation and all of the best with finalization of your paper. Hopefully it will be published.
Well, thanks very much. We hope to engage with you at a later stage. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I just want to check. We were supposed to have 2 additional presenters, just to confirm if they are online. Dr. Musa Chachem, are you online together with your colleagues? Dr. Oscar Chikukam, Ms. Makosi Letabo Mapaha, okay. We don't seem to be having them. Colleagues, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to attend this session. I think this is where we're going to leave the session and end it here. All of the best to all participants, to all presenters, and especially to the presenters. We hope to see your papers presented in our journal. You will get communication from the scientific committee in terms of the further processes. With that said, have a splendid afternoon, and we're going to meet in other session. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. And then we leave this laptop here. Sorry? The laptop. Whose laptop is that? I think it's for Peggy. Must I take it? Yes, the one that is up here. Okay.